Chapter 1 of Captain Jim. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Jim by Mary Grant Bruce. Chapter 1. John O'Neill's Legacy. "Queer, isn't it?" Jim said. "Rather," said Wally. They were sitting on little green chairs in Hyde Park. Not far off swirled the traffic of Piccadilly. Glancing across the Hyde Park corner, they could see the great red motor buses, meeting, halting, and then rocking away in different directions, hooting as they fled. The roar of London was in their ears. It was a sunny morning in September. The park was dotted in every direction with shining perambulators, propelled by smart nurses in uniform, and tenanted by proud little people, fair-haired and rosy, and extremely cheerful. Wally liked the park babies. He referred to them collectively as young dukes. "They all look so jolly well tubbed, don't they?" he remarked, straying from the subject in hand. "Might be soap advertisements. Look, there's a jolly little duke in that gorgeous white pram, and a bigger-sized duke trotting alongside, with a teddy bear as big as himself. Awful nice kids." He smiled at the babies in a way that made it seem ridiculous that he should be grown up and in uniform. "They can't both be dukes," said Jim literally. "Can't grow more than one in a family. At least, not at the same time, I believe." "Oh, well, it doesn't matter. And anyhow, the one in the pram's a duchess," returned Wally. "I say, the Duke's fallen in love with you, Jim." The Duke, a curly-haired person in a white coat, hesitated on the footpath near the two subalterns, then mustering his courage, came close to Jim and gravely presented him with his teddy bear. Jim received the gift as gravely, and shook hands with the small boy, to his great delight. "Thanks awfully," he said. "It's a splendid teddy, isn't it?" The nurse, greatly scandalized, swooped down upon her charge, exhorting him to be ashamed now and not worry the gentleman. But the Duke showed such distress when Jim attempted to return the teddy bear, that the matter had to be adjusted by distracting his attention in the direction of some drilling soldiers, while Wally concealed the toy under the embroidered rug which protected the plump legs of the Duchess, who submitted with delighted gurgles to being tickled under the chin. They withdrew reluctantly, urged by the still horrified nurse. "See what it is to be beautiful and have the glad eye," jeered Wally. "Dukes never give me teddy bears." "It's my look of benevolent age," Jim said, grinning. "Anyhow, young Wally, if you'll stop beguiling the infant peerage and attend to business, I'll be glad. We'll have Norah and Dad here presently." "I'm all attention," said his friend. "But there's nothing more to be said than that it is rum, is there? And we said that." "Norah gave me a letter from poor old O'Neill to show you," Jim said. "I'll read it if you like." The merriment that was never far from Wally Meadows' eyes died out as his chum unfolded a sheet of paper, closely written. "He wrote it in the hotel in Carrignarone, I suppose?" he asked gently. "Yes, just after dinner on the night of the fight. You see, he was certain he wasn't coming back. Anyhow, this is what he says: "My dear Norah, if I am alive after tonight, you will not get this letter. It is only to come to you if I shall have gone West. And please don't worry if I do go West. You see, between you all, you have managed almost to make me forget that I am just an apology for a man. I did not think it could be done, but you have done it. Still, now and then I remember, and I know that there will be long years After you have all gone back to that beloved Australia of yours, when there will be nothing to keep me from realizing that I am crippled and a hunchback. Tonight I have the one chance of my life of living up to the traditions of O'Neills who were fighting men. So if, by good luck, I manage to wing a German or two, and then get in the way of an odd bullet myself, you mustn't grudge my finishing so much more pleasantly than I had ever hoped to do. If I do fall, I am leaving you that place of mine in Surrey. I have hardly anyone belonging to me, and they have all more money than is good for them. The family estates are entailed, but this is mine to do as I please with. I know you don't need it, but it will be a home for you and your father while Jim and Wally are fighting, if you care for it. And perhaps you will make some use of it that will interest you. I liked the place, as well as I could like any place outside Ireland, and if I can look back, and I am very sure that I shall be able to look back, I shall like to see you all there. You people who brought the sun and light and laughter of Australia into the grey shadows of my life, who never seemed to see that I was different from other men. Well, good-bye, and God keep you happy, little mate. Your friend, John O'Neill. Jim folded the letter and put it back in his pocket, and there was a long silence. Each boy was seeing again a strip of Irish beach where a brave man had died proudly. "Different," Wally said at last, with a catch in his voice. "He wasn't different. At least, only in being a jolly sight better than most fellows." Jim nodded. "Well, he had his fight, and he did his bit, and, seeing how he felt about things, I'm glad for his sake that he went out," he said. "Only I'm sorry for us, because it was a pretty big thing to be friends with a man like that. Anyhow, we won't forget him. We wouldn't even, without this astonishing legacy of Norah's." "Have you any particulars about it?" Wally asked. "Dad got a letter from O'Neill too. Both were sent to his lawyers. He must have posted them himself that evening in Carrignarone. Dad's was only business. The place is really left to him, in trust for Norah, until she comes of age. That's so that there wouldn't be any legal bother about her taking possession of it at once if she wants to. Poor old Norah's just about bowled over. She felt O'Neill's death so awfully, and now this has brought it all back." "Yes, it's rough on Norah," Wally said. "I expect she hates taking the place. She can't bear the idea of it. Dad and I don't much care about it either." Wally pondered. "May I see that letter again?" he asked presently. Jim Linton took out the letter and handed it to his friend. He filled his pipe leisurely and lit it, while Wally knitted his brows over the sheet of cheap hotel paper. Presently he looked up, a flash of eagerness in his keen brown eyes. "Well, I think O'Neill left that place to Norah with a purpose," he said. "I don't believe it's just an ordinary legacy. Of course it's hers, all right, but don't you think he wanted something done with it?" "Done with it?" "Yes, look here." Wally put a thin forefinger on the letter. "Look what he says. 'Perhaps you will make some use of it that may interest you.' Don't you think that means something?" "I believe it might," Jim said cautiously. "But what?" Wally hesitated. "Well, he was just mad keen on the war," he said. "He was always planning what he could do to help, since he couldn't fight. At least, since he thought he couldn't," the boy added with a sigh. "I wonder he hadn't used it himself for something in connection with the war." "He couldn't. It's let," Jim put in quickly. "The lawyers wrote about it to Dad. It's been let for a year, and the lease expires this month. They say O'Neill had refused to renew it. That rather looks as if he had meant to do something with it, doesn't it?" Wally nodded vigorously. "I'll bet he did. Now he's left it to Norah to carry on. You see, they told us his own relations weren't up to much. I expect he knew they wouldn't make any use of it except for themselves. Why, it's as clear as mud, Jim. O'Neill knew that Norah didn't actually need the place, and that she and your father wanted to be near you and still help the war themselves. They didn't like working in London. Norah's too much of a kid, and your father says himself he's not trained. Now they've got a perfectly ripping chance." "Oh, bless you, Wally," said a thankful voice behind them. The boys sprang to their feet. Behind them stood a tall girl with a sun-tanned face and straight grey eyes that bore marks of tears, of which Norah for once was unashamed. Her brown curls were tied back with a broad black ribbon. She was very slender, skinny, Norah would have said. But, despite that she was at what is known as the awkward age, no movement of Norah Linton's was ever awkward. She moved with something of the unconcerned grace of a deer. In her blue serge coat and skirt, she presented the well-groomed look that was part and parcel of her. She smiled at the two boys, a little tremulously. "Hullo," said her brother. "We didn't hear you. Where did you spring from?" "Dad dropped me at the corner. He had to go on to Harrod's," Norah answered. "I came across the grass, and you two were so busy talking you didn't know I was there. I couldn't help hearing what you said, Wally." "Well, I'm glad you did," Wally answered. "But what do you think yourself, Nor?" "I was just miserable until I heard you," Norah said. "It seemed too awful to take Sir John's house, to profit by his death. I couldn't bear it. But of course you're right. I do think I was stupid. I read his letter a dozen times, but I never saw it that way." "But you agree with Wally now?" Jim asked. "Why, of course. Don't you? I suppose I might have had the sense to see his meaning in time, but I could only think of seeming to benefit by his death. However, as long as one member of the family has seen it, it's all right." She flashed a smile at Wally. "I'm just ever so much happier. It makes it all different. We were such—" her voice trembled—"such good chums, and now it seems as if he had really trusted us to carry on for him." "Of course he did," Wally said. "He knew jolly well you would make good use of it. And they would help you too, when Jim was away." "Jim?" said that gentleman. "Jim? What are you leaving yourself out for? Aren't you coming? Got a staff job at home?" "I'm ashamed of you, Wally," said Norah severely. "Of course, if you don't want to belong—" Whereat Wally Meadows flushed and laughed, and muttered something unintelligible that nevertheless was quite sufficient for his friends. It was not a thing of yesterday, that friendship. It went back to days of small boyhood, when Wally, a lonely orphan from Queensland, had been Jim Linton's chum at the Melbourne Grammar School, and had fallen into a habit of spending his holidays at the Lintons' big station in the north of Victoria, until it seemed that he was really one of the Billabong family. Years had knitted him and Jim and Norah into a firm triumvirate, mates in the work and play of an Australian cattle run, watched over by the silent grey man whose existence centred in his motherless son and daughter, with a warm corner in his affections for the lithe, merry Queensland boy, whose loyalty to Billabong and its people had never wavered since his childhood. Then, just as Jim had outgrown school and was becoming his father's right-hand man on the station, came the world upheaval of the European war, which had whisked them all to England. Business had, at the moment, summoned Mr. Linton to London. To leave Norah behind was not to be thought of, and as both the boys were wild to enlist, and Wally was too young to be accepted in Australia, though not in England, it seemed that the simplest thing to do was to make the pilgrimage a general one, and let the chums enlist in London. They had joined a famous British regiment, obtaining commissions without difficulty, thanks to cadet training in Australia. But their first experience of war in Flanders had been a short one. They were amongst the first to suffer from the German poison gas, and a long furlough had resulted. Mr. Linton and Norah had taken them to Ireland as soon as they were fit to travel, and the bogs and moors of Donegal, coupled with trout fishing, had gone far to effect a cure. But there unexpected adventure had awaited them. They had made friends with Sir John O'Neill, the last of an old North of Ireland family, a half-crippled man eating out his heart against the fate that held him back from an active part in the war. Together they had managed to stumble on an oil base for German submarines, concealed on the rocky coast, and, luck and boldness favouring them, to trap a U-boat and her crew. It had been a short and triumphant campaign, skillfully engineered by O'Neill, and he alone had paid for the triumph with his life. John O'Neill had died happily, rejoicing in for once having played the part of a fighting man. But to the Australians his death had been a blow that robbed their victory of all its joy. They mourned for him as for one of themselves, cherishing the memory of the high-souled man whose spirit had outstripped his weak body. Jim and Wally, from exposure on the night of the fight, had suffered a relapse, and throat trouble had caused their sick leave to be extended several times. Now, once more fit, they were back in London, expecting to rejoin their regiment immediately. "So now," Jim said, "the only question is, what are you going to do with it?" "I'm going to think hard for a day," said Norah. "So can you two. And we'll ask Dad, of course." "And then Dad will tell you what to do," said Jim, grinning. "Yes, of course he will. Dad always has splendid ideas," said Norah, laughing. "But we won't have any decision for a day, because it's a terribly big thing to think of. I wish I was grown up. It must be easier to settle big questions if you haven't got your hair down your back. I don't quite see what your old curly mop has to do with it. But anyhow, you needn't be in a hurry to put it up," said her brother. "It's awful to be old and responsible, isn't it, Wally?" To which Wally responded with feeling, "Beastly," and endeavoured to look more than 19, failing signally. "Let's go and look at the row," Norah said. "Dad will find us all right, I suppose." Jim hesitated. "Why, he couldn't miss you," said Norah, laughing. "Come on." Even when more than a year of war had made uniform a commonplace in London streets, you might have turned to look at Jim and Wally. Jim was immensely tall, his chum little less so, and both were lean and clean-shaven, tanned to a deep bronze, and stamped with a look of resolute keenness. In their eyes was the deep glint that comes to those who have habitually looked across great spaces. The type has become familiar enough in London now, but it generally exists under a slouch hat, and these lads were in British uniform, bearing the badges of a famous marching regiment. At first they had hankered after the cavalry, being much more accustomed to ride than to walk, but as the army settled down into the Flanders mud, it became increasingly apparent that this was not to be a horseman's war, and that therefore, as Wally put it, if they wanted to be in the fun, they had better make up their minds to paddle with the rest. The amount of fun had so far been a negligible quantity that caused them some bitterness of spirit. They earnestly hoped to increase it as speedily as might be, and to give the Hun as much inconvenience as they could manage in the process. They strolled across the grass to the railings and looked up and down the tan ribbon of Rotten Row. Small boys and girls on smart ponies and woolly Shetlands walked or trotted sedately, or occasionally galloped, followed by elderly grooms torn between pride and anxiety. Jim and Wally thought the famous Row an over-rated concern, failing to realize, from its war aspect, the Row of other days, crammed from fence to fence with beautiful horses and well-turned-out riders, and with half the world looking on from the railings. Nowadays the small boys and girls had it chiefly to themselves, and could stray from side to side at their own sweet will. A few ladies were riding, and there was a sprinkling of officers in khaki, obviously on army horses and out for exercise. Now and then came a wounded man, slowly on a reliable cob or sturdy pony, bandages visible, or one arm in a sling. A few people sat about, or leant on the fences, watching, but there was nothing to attract a crowd. Everyone looked businesslike, purposeful. Clothes were plain and useful, with little frippery. The old glitter and splendour of the Row was gone. The London that used to watch it was a London that had forgotten how to play. Beyond the Row, carriages, drawn by beautiful pairs of horses, high-stepping, with harness flashing in the sunlight, drove up and down. Some contained old ladies and grey-haired men, but nearly all bore a load of wounded soldiers, with sometimes a tired-faced nurse. "There's that nice old Lady Ellison, the one that used to take Jim and me out when we were in hospital," Wally said, indicating a carriage with a magnificent pair of bays. "She was an old dear. My word, I'd like to have the driving of those horses, in a good light buggy on the Billabong track." "So would I," Jim assented. "But I'd take those beastly bearing reins off before I started." "Yes," said Norah eagerly. "Poor darlings, how they must hate them! Jim, I wish we'd struck London when the coaches used to be seen." "Rather," said Jim. "Anstruther used to tell me about them. Coaches bigger than Cobb and Co.'s, and smart as paint, with teams of 4 so matched you could hardly tell which was which, and educated beyond anything Australians could dream about. There was one man, poor chap, Anstruther said he was drowned in the Lusitania, who had a team of 4 black cobs. I think Anstruther used to dream about them at night. He got poetical and incoherent when he tried to describe 'em. Fancy seeing a dozen or so of those coaches swinging down Piccadilly on a fine morning," said Wally. "That would be something to tell Black Billy about, Norah." "He'd only say 'Plenty,'" said Norah, laughing. "Look, there's Dad." They turned to meet a tall grey man, who came swinging across the grass with a step as light as his son's. David Linton greeted them with a smile. "I knew I should find you as near as you could get to the horses," he said. "This place is almost a rest cure after Harrod's. I never find myself in that amazing shop without wishing I had a bell on my neck, so that I couldn't get lost. And I always take the wrong lift, and find myself among the garden tools, when all I want is colours." "Well, they have lifts round every corner. You want a special lift sense not to take the wrong one," Norah defended him. "Yes, and when you ask your way anywhere in one of these 50-acre London shops, they say, 'Through the archway, sir,' and disappear, and you look round you frantically and see about 17 different archways, and there you are," Wally stated. "So you plunge into them all in turn and get hopelessly lost. But it's rather fun." "I'd like it better if they didn't call me 'Moddam,'" said Norah. "Shoes, Moddam? Certainly, Moddam. First to the right, second to the left, lift number 15, 5th floor, and the attendant will direct you." Then you stagger into space, wishing for a wet towel round your head. "I could almost believe," said her father, regarding her gravely, "that you would prefer Cunjee, with one street, one general store, one blacksmith's, and not much else at all." "Why, of course I do," Norah laughed. "At least you can't get lost there. And you haven't got half a day's journey from the oatmeal place to the ribbon department. They'll sell you both at the same counter, and the frying pan and the new song too. Think of the economy of time and boot leather. And Mr. Wilkins knows all about you, and talks to you like a nice fat uncle while he wraps up your parcels. And if you're on a young horse you needn't get off at all. All you have to do is to coo-wee, and Mr. Wilkins comes out prepared to sell you all his shop on the footpath. If that isn't more convenient than 17 archways and 57 lifts, then I'd like to know what is." "Moddam always had a great turn of eloquence, hadn't she?" murmured Wally, eyeing her with respect. Whereat Norah reddened and laughed, and accused him of sentiments precisely similar to her own. "I think we're all much the same," Jim said. "London's all very well for a visit, but just imagine what it would be if we didn't know we were going back to Billabong some day." "What a horrible idea!" Norah said. "But we are. When the old war's over, and the Kaiser has retired to St. Helena, and the Huns are busy building up Belgium and France, and you'll both be captains, if you aren't brigadiers, and all Billabong will expect to see you come back in uniform, glittering with medals and things." "I like their chance," said Wally firmly. "Anyhow, we'll all go back, and that's all that matters," said Norah. Her eyes dwelt wistfully on the two tall lads. "And meanwhile," said Jim, "we'll all go down to Fuller's and have morning tea. One thing, young Norah, you won't find a Fuller's in Cunjee." "Why would I be trying?" Norah asked cheerfully. "Sure isn't there Brownie at Billabong?" "Hear, hear," agreed Wally. "When I think of Brownie's pikelets——" "Or Brownie's scones," added Norah. "Or her sponge cakes." "Or Brownie's teapot, as large and as brown as herself," said Mr. Linton. "Then London is a desert. But we'll make the best of it for the present. Come along to Fuller's." End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Captain Jim. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captain Jim by Mary Grant Bruce. Chapter 2. The Home for Tired People. "To begin with," said Jim, "what's the place like?" "80 acres with improvements," answered his father. "And 3 farms, all let." "Daddy, you're like an auctioneer's advertisement," Norah protested. "Tell us what it is like—the house, I mean." "We'll run down and see it soon," said Mr. Linton. "Meanwhile, the lawyers tell me it's a good house, Queen Anne style." "What's that?" queried Jim. "Oh, gables and things," said Wally airily. "Go on, sir, please." "Standing in well-timbered parklands," said Mr. Linton, fishing a paper out of his pocket and reading from it. "Sorry, Norah, but I can't remember all these thrills without the lawyer's letter. Lounge hall, 4 reception rooms——" "Who are you going to receive, Nor?" "Be quiet," said Norah, aiming a cushion at the offender. "Not you, if you're not extra polite." "Be quiet, all of you, or I will discontinue this penny reading," said Mr. Linton severely. "Billiard room, 13 bedrooms, 3 baths, H and C." "Hydraulic and condensed," murmured Wally. Jim sat upon him with silent firmness, and the reading was unchecked. "Excellent domestic offices, modern drainage, central heating, electric plant, company's water." "What on earth——" said Jim. "I really don't know," said his father. "But I suppose it means you can turn taps without fear of a drought, or they wouldn't put it." Grounds including shady old-world gardens, walled kitchen garden, stone-flagged terrace, lily pond, excellent pasture, squash racquet court." "What's that?" asked Norah. "You play it with pumpkins," came, muffled, from beneath Jim. "Let me up, Jimmy. I'll be good." "That'll be something unusual," said Jim, rising. "Yes, Dad?" Stabling, heated garage, thatched cottage, fine timber, two of the farms let on long leases. One lease expires with lease of house. All in excellent order. I think that's about all. So there you are, Norah. And what are you going to do with it?" It was the next morning, and the treacherous September sunshine had vanished, giving place to a cold, wet drizzle, which blurred the windows of the Lintons' flat in South Kensington. Looking down, nothing was to be seen but a few mackintoshed pedestrians, splashing dismally along the wet, grey street. Across the road, the trees in a little fenced square were already getting shabby, and a few leaves fluttered idly down. The brief, gay English summer had gone. Already the grey heralds of the sky sounded the approach of winter, long and cold and gloomy. "I've been thinking terribly hard," Norah said. "I don't think I ever lay awake so long in my life. But I can't make up my mind. Of course it must be some way of helping the war. But how? We couldn't make it a hospital, could we?" "I think not," said her father. "The hospital idea occurred to me, but I don't think it would do. You see, you'd need nurses, and a big staff, and doctors, and already that kind of thing is organized. People well established might do it, but not lone Australians like you and me, Norah." "How about a convalescent home?" "Well, the same thing applies, in a less degree. I believe, too, that they are all under government supervision, and I must admit I've no hankering after that. We wouldn't be able to call our souls our own, and we'd be perpetually irritated by government understrappers, interfering with us and giving orders. No, I don't think we could stand it. You and I have always run our own show, haven't we, Norah? That is, until Jim came back to boss us." He smiled at his tall son. There was a pause. "Well, Dad, you always have ideas," said Norah, in the voice of one who waits patiently. Mr. Linton hesitated. "I don't know that I have anything very brilliant now," he said. "But I was thinking, do you remember Garrett, the fellow you boys used to tell us about? Who never cared to get leave because he hadn't any home." "Rather," said the boys. "Fellow from Jamaica." "He was an awfully sociable chap," Wally added. "And he didn't like cities, so London bored him stiff when he was alone. He said the trenches were much more homelike." "Well, there must be plenty of people like that," said Mr. Linton. "Especially, of course, among the Australians. Fellows to whom leave can't mean what it should, for want of a home. And without any ties, it's easy for them to get into all sorts of mischief. And they should get all they can out of leave, for the sake of the war, if for nothing else. They need a thorough mental refitting, to go back fresh and keen, so that they can give the very best of themselves when the work begins again." "So you think of making Sir John's place into a home for tired people?" said Norah excitedly. "Dad, it's a lovely plan." "What do you think, Jim?" said Mr. Linton. "Yes, I think it's a great idea," Jim said slowly. "Even the little bit of France we had showed us what I told you, that you've got to give your mind a spring cleaning whenever you can, if you want to keep fit. I suppose if people are a bit older they can stick it better, some of them at least, but when you're in the line for any time, you sometimes feel you've just got to forget things, smells and pain and things you see." "Well, you'd forget pretty soon at a place like the one you've been reading about," said Wally. "Do you remember, Jim, how poor old Garrett used to look? He was always cheery and ragging and all that sort of thing, but often he used to look like his own grandfather, and his eyes gave you the creeps, and he couldn't sleep." "H'm," said Jim. "I remember. If Garrett's still going, will you have him for your first patient, Nor? What will you call them, by the way? Guests? Patients? Cases?" "Inmates," grinned Wally. "Sounds like a lunatic asylum," rejoined Jim. "How about lodgers, or patrons?" "They'll be neither, donkey," said Norah pleasantly. "Just tired people, I think. Oh, Dad, I want to begin." "You shouldn't call your superiors names, especially when I have more ideas coming to me," said Jim severely. "Look here. I agree with Dad that you couldn't have a convalescent home, where you'd need nurses and doctors. But I do think you might ask fellows on final sick leave, like us, who'd been discharged from hospitals but were not quite fit yet. Chaps not really needing nursing, but not up to much travelling, or to the racket and fuss of a hotel." "Yes," said Wally. "Or chaps who had lost a limb and were trying to plan out how they were going to do without it." His young face looked suddenly grave. Norah remembered a saying of his once before: "I don't in the least mind getting killed, but I don't want Fritz to wing me." She moved a little nearer to him. "That's a grand idea. Yours too, Jimmy," she said. "Dad, do you think Sir John would be satisfied?" "If we can carry out our plan as we hope, I think he would," Mr. Linton said. "We'll find difficulties, of course, and make mistakes, but we'll do our best, Norah. And if we can send back to the front cheery men, rested and refreshed and keen, well, I think we'll be doing our bit." "And after the war, what then?" "I was thinking about that too," said Norah. "And I got a clearer notion than about using it now, I think. Of course," she hesitated, "I don't know much about money matters, or if you think I ought to keep the place. You see, you always seem to have enough to give us everything we want, Dad. I won't need to keep it, will I? I don't want to, even if I haven't got much money." "I'm not a millionaire," said David Linton, laughing. "But no, you won't need an English income, Norah." "I'm so glad," said Norah. "Then, when we go back to Billabong, Dad, couldn't we turn it all into a place for partly disabled soldiers, where they could work a bit, just as much as they were able to, but they'd be sure of a home and wouldn't have any anxiety? I don't know if it could be made earning its own living." "Self-supporting," assisted her father. "Yes, self-supporting," said Norah gratefully. "Perhaps it could. But they'd all have their pensions to help them." "Yes, and it could be put under a partly disabled officer with a wife and kids that he couldn't support. Some poor beggar feeling like committing suicide because he couldn't tell where little Johnny's next pair of boots was coming from," added Jim. "That's the most ripping idea, Norah. What do you think, Dad?" "Yes, excellent," said Mr. Linton. "The details would want a lot of working out, of course, but there will be plenty of time for that. I would like to make it as nearly self-supporting as possible, so that there would be no idea of charity about it." "A kind of colony," said Wally. "Yes. It ought to be workable. The land is good, and with poultry farming and gardening and intensive culture it should pay well enough. We'll get all sorts of expert advice, Norah, and plan the thing thoroughly." "And we'll call it the O'Neill Colony, or something like that," said Norah, her eyes shining. "I'd like it to carry Sir John's name, wouldn't you, Dad?" "Indeed, yes," said David Linton. "It has some sort of quiet, inoffensive name already, by the way. Yes, Homewood." "Well, that sounds nice and restful," said Jim. Sort of name you'd like to think of in the trenches. When do we go to see it, Dad?" "The lawyers have written to ask the tenants what day will suit them," said his father. "They're an old Indian Army officer and his wife, I believe, General Somers. I don't suppose they will raise any objection to our seeing the house. By the way, there is another important thing. There's a motor and some vehicles and horses, and a few cows that go with the place. O'Neill used to like to have it ready to go at any time, no matter how unexpectedly. It was only when war work claimed him that he let it to these people. He was unusually well off for an Irish landowner. It seems that his father made a heap of money on the Stock Exchange." "Horses," said Norah blissfully. "And a motor. That will be handy for bringing the tired people from the station," said she. "Horses that one could ride, I wonder, Daddy?" "I shouldn't be surprised," said her father, laughing. "Anyhow, I dare say you will ride them." "I'll try," said Norah modestly. "It sounds too good to be true. Can I run the fowls, Daddy? I'd like that job." "Yes, you can be poultry expert," said Mr. Linton. "As for me, I shall control the pigs." "You won't be allowed to," said Wally. "You'll find a cold, proud steward, or bailiff, or head-keeper or something, who would die of apoplexy if either of you did anything so lowering. You may be allowed to ride, Norah, but it won't be an Australian scurry. You'll have to be awfully prim and proper, and have a groom trotting behind you, with a top hat." He beamed upon her cheerfully. "Me?" said Norah, aghast. "Wally, don't talk of such horrible things. It's rubbish, isn't it, Dad?" "Grooms and top hats don't seem to be included in the catalogue," said Mr. Linton, studying it. "Bless you, that's not necessary," said Jim. "I mean, you needn't get too bucked because they're not. Public opinion will force you to get them. Probably Nora will have to ride in a top hat too." "Never," said Norah firmly. "Unless you promise to do it too, Jimmy." "My king and country have called me," said Jim with unction. "Therefore I shall accompany you in uniform, and watch you trying to keep the top hat on. It will be ever so cheery." "You won't," said Norah. "You'll be in the mud in Flanders." And then broke off and changed the subject laboriously. There were few subjects that did not furnish more or less fun to the Linton family, but Norah never could manage to joke successfully about even the Flanders mud, which appeared to be a matter of humorous recollection to Jim and Wally. Whenever the thought of their return to that dim and terrible region that had swallowed up so many crossed her vision, something caught at her heart that made her breath come unevenly. She knew they must go. She would not have had it otherwise, even had it been certain that they would never come back to her. But that they should not, so alive, so splendid in their laughing strength, the agony of the thought haunted her dreams, no matter how she strove to put it from her by day. Jim saw the shadow in her eyes and came to her rescue. There was never a moment when Jim and Norah failed to understand each other. "You'll want a good deal of organization about that place, Dad," he said. "I suppose you'll try to grow things, vegetables and crops?" "I've been trying to look ahead," said Mr. Linton. "This is only the second year of the war, and I've never thought it would be a short business. It doesn't seem to me that England realizes war at all, so far. Everything goes on just the same. Not only business as usual, but other things too. Pleasure, luxuries, eating, clothes, everything as usual. I reckon that conscription is bound to come, and before the Hun gets put in his place nearly every able-bodied man in these islands will be forced to help in the job." "I think you're about right," Jim said. "Well, then, other things will happen when the men go. Food will get scarcer, the enemy will sink more and more ships. Everything that the shops and the farmers sell will get dearer and dearer, and many things will cease to exist altogether. You'll find that coal will run short, and livestock will get scarce because people won't be able to get imported foodstuffs that they depend on now. Oh, it's my idea that there are tight times coming for the people of England. And that, of course, means a good deal of anxiety in planning a home for Tired People. Tired People must be well fed and kept warm." "Can't we do it, Daddy?" queried Norah, distressed. "We're going to try, my girl, but I'm looking ahead. One farm comes in with a house, you know. I think we had better get a man to run that with us on the shares system. And we'll grow every bit of food for the house that we can. We'll have plenty of good cows, plenty of fowls, vegetables, fruit. We'll grow potatoes wherever we can put them in, and we'll make thorough provision for storing food that will keep." "Eggs, in water glass," said Norah. "And I'll make tons of jam and bottle tons of fruit and vegetables." "Yes, we'll find out how to preserve lots of things that we know nothing about now. I don't in the least imagine that if real shortage came, private people would be allowed to store food. But a house run for a war purpose might be different. Anyhow, there's no shortage yet, so there's no harm beginning as soon as we can. Of course we can't do very much before we grow things, and that won't be until next year." "There's marmalade," said Norah wisely, "and apple jam, and we'll dry apples. And if the hens are good there may be eggs to save." "Hens get discouraged in an English winter, and I'm sure I don't blame them," said Jim, laughing. "Never mind, Nor, they'll buck up in the spring." "Then there's the question of labour," said Mr. Linton. "I'm inclined to employ only men who wouldn't be conscripted, partially disabled soldiers or sailors, who could still work, or men with other physical drawbacks. Lots of men whose hearts are too weak to go over the top from the trenches could still drive a plough quite well. Then, if conscription does come, we shall be safe." "I'll like to do it too," said Norah. "It would be jolly to help them." "Of course it will cut both ways," said Mr. Linton. "There should be no difficulty in getting men of the kind. Poor lads, there are plenty of disabled ones. I'm inclined to think that the question of women servants will be more difficult." "Well, I can cook a bit," said Norah, "thanks to Brownie." "My dear child," said her father, slightly irritated, "you've no idea what a fairly big English house means. Apart from housekeeping and managing, we shall need a really good housekeeper as well as a cook, and goodness knows how many maids under her. You see, the thing has got to be done very thoroughly. If it were just you and the boys and me, you'd cook our eggs and bacon and keep us quite comfortable. But it will be quite another matter if we fill up the house with Tired People." "I suppose so," said Norah meekly. "But I can be useful, Daddy." He patted her shoulder. "Of course you can, mate. I'm only afraid you'll have too much to do. I must say I wish Brownie were here instead of in Australia." "Dear old Brownie, wouldn't she love it all?" said Norah, her eyes tender at the thought of the old woman who had been nurse and mother and mainspring of the Billabong house, since Norah's own mother had laid her baby in her kind arms and closed tired eyes so many years ago. "Wouldn't she love fixing the house? And how she'd hate cooking with coal instead of wood! Only nothing would make Brownie bad-tempered." "Not even Wal and I," said Jim. "And I'll bet we were trying enough to damage a saint's patience." However, as we can't have Brownie, I suppose you'll advertise for someone else, Dad?" "Oh, I suppose so. But sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof," returned Mr. Linton. "I've thought of nothing but this inheritance of Norah's all day, and I'm arriving at the conclusion that it's going to be an inheritance of something very like hard work." "Well, that's all right, 'cause there shouldn't be any loafers in war time," Norah said. She looked out of the window. "The rain is stopping. Come along, everybody, and we'll go down Regent Street on a bus." To do which Norah always maintained was the finest thing in London. They went down to see Norah's inheritance 2 days later. A quick train from London dropped them at a tiny station, where the station-master, a grizzled man apparently given over to the care of nasturtiums, directed them to Homewood. A walk of a mile along a wide white road brought them to big iron gates, standing open beside a tiny lodge with diamond-paned windows set in lattice-work under overhanging eaves, and all smothered with ivy out of which sparrows fluttered busily. The lodge-keeper, a neat woman, looked at the party curiously. No doubt the news of their coming had spread. From the lodge the drive to the house wound through the park, a wide stretch of green, with noble trees, oak, beech and elm, not towering like Norah's native gum trees, but flinging wide arms as though to embrace as much as possible of the beauty of the landscape. Bracken, beginning to turn gold, fringed the edge of the gravel track. A few sheep and cows were to be seen across the grass. "Nice-looking sheep," said Mr. Linton. "Yes, but you wouldn't call it overstocked," was Jim's comment. Jim was not used to English parks. He was apt to think of any grass as feed, in terms of so many head per acre. The drive, well gravelled and smoothly rolled, took them on, sauntering slowly, until it turned in a great sweep round a lawn, ending under a stone porch flung out from the front of the house. A wide porch, almost a verandah, to the delighted eyes of the Australians, who considered verandah-less houses a curious English custom, verging on lunacy. Near the house it was shut in with glass, and furnished with a few lounge chairs and a table or two. "That's a jolly place," Jim said quickly. The house itself was long and rambling, and covered with ivy. There were big windows. It seemed planned to catch all the sunlight that could possibly be tempted into it. The lawn ended in a terrace with a stone balustrade, where one could sit and look across the park and the woods beyond it, now turning a little yellow in the sunlight, and soon to glow with orange and flame-coloured and bronze, when the early frost should have painted the dying leaves. From the lawn, to right and left, ran shrubberies and flower-beds, with winding grass walks. "Why, it's lovely!" Norah breathed. She slipped a hand into her father's arm. Jim rang the bell. A severe butler appeared, and explained that General and Mrs. Somers had gone out for the day, and had begged that Mr. Linton and his party would make themselves at home and explore the house and grounds thoroughly. An arrangement which considerably relieved the minds of the Australians, who had rather dreaded the prospect of poking about the house under the eyes of its tenants. The butler stiffened respectfully at the sight of the boys' uniforms. It appeared presently that he had been a mess sergeant in days gone by, and now regarded himself as the personal property of the General. "Very sorry they are to leave the house too, sir," said the butler. "A nice place, but too big for them." "Haven't they any children?" Norah asked. "Only the captain, miss, and he's in Mesopotamia, which is a horrible hole for a gentleman to be stuck in," said the butler with a fine contempt for Mesopotamia and all its works. and the mistress is tired of housekeeping, so they're going to live in one of them there family hotels, as they call them." The butler sighed, and then, as if conscious of having lapsed from correct behaviour, stiffened to rigidity and became merely butler once more. "Will you see the house now, sir?" They entered a wide hall in which was a fireplace that drew an exclamation from Norah, since she had not seen so large a one since she left Billabong. This was built to take logs 4 feet long, to hold which massive iron dogs stood in readiness. Big leather armchairs and couches and tables strewn with magazines and papers, together with a faint fragrance of tobacco in the air, gave the hall a comforting sense of use. The drawing-room, on the other hand, was chillingly splendid and formal, and looked as though no one had ever sat in the brocaded chairs. And the great dining-room was almost as forbidding. The butler intimated that the General and his wife preferred the morning-room, which proved to be a cheery place, facing south and west, with a great window recess filled with flowering plants. "This is jolly," Jim said. "But so would the other rooms be if they weren't so awfully empty. They only want people in them." "Tired people," Norah said. "Yes," Wally put in. "I'm blessed if I think they would stay tired for long here." There was a long billiard-room, with a ghostly table shrouded in dust sheets, and upstairs a range of bedrooms of all shapes and sizes, but all bright and cheerful, and looking out upon different aspects of park and woodland. Nothing was out of order, everything was plain, but care and taste were evident in each detail. Then, down a back staircase, they penetrated to outer regions where the corner of Norah's soul that Brownie had made housewifely rejoiced over a big, bright kitchen, with pantries and larders and sculleries of the most modern type. The cook, who looked severe, was reading the Daily Mail in the servants' hall. Here and there they had glimpses of smart maids, irreproachably clad, who seemed of a race apart from either the cheery, friendly housemaids of Donegal, or Sarah and Mary of Billabong, who disliked caps, but had not the slightest objection to helping to put out a bush-fire or break in a young colt. Norah tried to picture the Homewood maids at either task, and failed signally. From the house they wandered out to visit well-appointed stables with room for 12 horses, and a garage where a big touring car stood. Norah found herself quite unable to realize that it belonged to her. But in the stables were living things that came and nuzzled softly in her hand, with inquiring noses that were evidently accustomed to gifts of sugar and apples, and Norah felt suddenly, for the first time, at home. There were 2 good cobs, and a hunter with a beautiful lean head and splendid shoulders, a Welsh pony designed for a roomy tub-cart in the coach-house, and a good old stager able for anything from carrying a nervous rider to drawing a light plough. The cobs, the groom explained, were equally good in saddle or harness, and there was another pony, temporarily on a visit to a vet, which Sir John had liked to ride. But of course Killaloe was Sir John's favourite, he added, stroking the hunter's soft brown muzzle. There wasn't no one who could show them two the way in a big run. They tore themselves with difficulty from the stables, and still guided by the butler, who seemed to think he must not let them out of his sight, wandered through the grounds. Thatched cottage, orchard and walled garden, rosery with a pergola still covered with late blooms, lawns and shrubberies. There was nothing very grand, but all was exquisitely kept, and a kind of still peace brooded over the beauty of the whole, and made war and its shadows seem very far away. The farms, well tilled and prosperous looking, were at the western side of the park. Mr. Linton and Jim talked with the tenant whose lease was expiring, while Norah and Wally sat on an old oak log and chatted to the butler, who told them tales of India, and asked questions about Australia, being quite unable to realize any difference between the natives of the two countries. "All niggers, I calls them," said the butler loftily. "That seems a decent fellow," said Mr. Linton, as they walked back across the park. "Hawkins, the tenant farmer, I mean. Has he made a success of his place, do you know?" "Hawkins has an excellent name, sir," replied the butler. "A good steady man, and a rare farmer. The General thinks highly of him. He's sorry enough that his lease is up, Hawkins is." "I think of renewing it, under slightly different conditions," Mr. Linton observed. "I don't wish to turn the man out, if he will grow what I want." "Well, that's good news," said the butler heartily. "I'm sure Hawkins'll do anything you may ask him to, sir." A sudden dull flush came into his cheeks, and he looked for a moment half eagerly at Mr. Linton, as if about to speak. He checked himself, however, and they returned to the house, where, by the General's orders, coffee and sandwiches awaited the visitors in the morning room. The butler flitted about them, seeing to their comfort unobtrusively. "If I may make so bold as to ask, sir," he said presently, "you'll be coming to live here shortly?" "As soon as General Somers leaves," Mr. Linton answered. The man dropped his voice, standing rigidly to attention. "I suppose, sir," he said wistfully, "you would not be needing a butler?" "A butler? Why, I hadn't thought of such a thing," said Mr. Linton, laughing. "There are not very many of you in Australia, you know." "But indeed, sir, you'll need one in a place like this," said the ex-sergeant, growing bold. "Everyone has them. And if you would be so kind as to consider if I'd do, sir? I know the place, and the General would give me a good record. I've been under him these 15 years, but he doesn't need me after he leaves here." "Well," said Mr. Linton thoughtfully, "but we shan't be a small family. We mean to fill this place up with officers needing rest. We're coming here to work, not to play." "Officers!" said the ex-sergeant joyfully. "But where'd you get any one to help you better, sir? Looking after officers has been my job this many a year, and I'd serve you faithful, sir." Norah slipped her hand into her father's arm. "We really would need him, I believe, Daddy," she whispered. "You would indeed, miss," said the butler gratefully. "I could valet the young gentlemen, and if there's any special attention needed I could give it. I do my very utmost, miss. I'm old to go out looking for a new place at my time of life, and if you've once been in the army you like to stay as near it as you can." "Well, we'll see," Mr. Linton said guardedly. "I'll probably write to General Somers about you." At which the butler, forgetting his butlerhood, came smartly to attention, and then became covered with confusion, and concealed himself as well as he could behind a coffee-pot. "You might do worse," Jim remarked, on their way to the station. "He looks a smart man, and though this place is glorious, it's going to take a bit of running. Keep him for a bit, at any rate, Dad." "I think it might be as well," Mr. Linton answered. He turned at a bend in the drive to look back at Homewood, standing calm and peaceful in its clustering trees. "Well, Norah, what do you think of your property?" "I'm quite unable to believe it's mine," said Norah, laughing. "But I suppose that will come in time. However, there's one thing quite certain, Dad. You and I will have to get very busy." End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Captain Jim. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captain Jim, by Mary Grant Bruce. Chapter 3 of London and Other Matters. Jim and Wally dropped lightly from the footboard of a swift motor bus, dodged through traffic, and swung quickly down a quiet side street. They stopped before a stone house, where, from a window above, Norah watched their eager faces as Jim fitted his latchkey and opened the door. She turned back into the room with a little sigh. "There they are, Dad, and they're past fit, I know." David Linton looked up from the elbow splint he was making. "Well, it had to come, mate," he said. "Yes, I know, but I hoped it wouldn't," said poor Norah inconsistently. "You wouldn't like them not to go," said her father. And then cheery footsteps clattered up the stairs and the boys burst in. "Past!" shouted Jim. "Fit as fiddles." "When?" Norah asked. "This day week. So we'll have nice time to settle you into Homewood and try those horses, won't we?" "Yes, rather," said Norah. "Were they quite satisfied with your arm, Wally?" "Yes, they say it's a lovely arm," said that gentleman modestly. "I always knew it, but it's nice to have other people agreeing with me. And they say our lungs are beautiful too, not a trace of gas left. And oh, you tell them, Jim." "And we're not to go out yet," said Jim, grinning widely. "Special Lewis gun course at Aldershot first, and after that a bombing course. So there you are." He broke off, his utterance hindered by the fact that Norah had suddenly hugged him very hard, while David Linton, jumping up, caught Wally's hand. "Not the front, my dear boys." "Well, not yet," said Wally, pumping the hand and finding Norah searching for his free one. "It's pretty decent, isn't it? Because every one knows there will be plenty of war at the front yet." "Plenty indeed," said Mr. Linton. "I say, buck up, old chap," said Jim, patting Norah's shoulder very hard. "One would think we were booked for the trenches tonight." "I wouldn't have made an ass of myself if you had been," said Norah, shaking back her curls and mopping her eyes defiantly. "I was prepared for that, and then you struck me all of a heap. Oh, Jimmy, I am glad. I'd like to hug the War Office." "You're the first person I ever heard with such sentiments," returned her brother. "Most people want to heave bombs at it. However, they've treated us decently, and no mistake. You see, ever since June we've kept bothering them to go out, and then getting throat trouble and having to cave in again. And now that we really are all right, I suppose they think they'll make sure of us. So that's that." "I would have been awfully wild if they hadn't passed us," Wally said. "But since they have, and they'll put us to work, I don't weep a bit at being kept back for a while. Lots of chaps seem to think being at the front is heavenly, but I'm blessed if I can see it that way. We didn't have very much time there, certainly, but there were only 3 ingredients in what we did have: mud, barbed wire, and gas." "Yes, and it's not much of a mixture," said Jim. "All the same, it's got to be taken if necessary. Still, I'm not sorry it's postponed for a bit. There will be heaps of war yet, and meanwhile we're just learning the trade." He straightened his great shoulders. "I never felt so horribly young and ignorant as when I found grown-up men in my charge in France." "Poor old Jimmy always did take his responsibilities heavily," said Wally, laughing. Mr. Linton looked at his big son, remembering a certain letter from his commanding officer, which had caused him and Norah to glow with pride. Remembering also how the man on Billabong Station had worked under Master Jim. But he knew that soldiering had always been a serious business to his boy. Personal danger had never entered into Jim's mind, but the danger of ignorant handling of his men had been a tremendous thing to him. Even without mud, barbed wire and gas, Jim was never likely to enjoy war in the light-hearted way in which Wally would certainly take it under more pleasant conditions. "Well, we've a week then, boys," he said cheerfully. and no anxieties immediately before us except the new cook ladies." "Well, goodness knows they are enough," Norah said fervently. "Anything more settled?" Jim asked. "I have an ecstatic letter from Allenby." Allenby was the ex-sergeant. "He seems in a condition of trembling joy at the prospect of being our butler. And, what is more to the point, he says he has a niece whom he can recommend as a housemaid. So I've told him to install her before we get to Homewood on Thursday. Hawkins has written a 3-volume list of things he will require for the farm, but I haven't had time to study it yet. And Norah has had letters from 19 registry offices, all asking for a deposit." The boys roared. "That makes 71, doesn't it, Nor?" Wally asked. "Something like it," Norah admitted ruefully. "And the beauty of it is, not one of them will guarantee so much as a kitchen maid. They say sadly that, in the present crisis, it's difficult to supply servants. They don't seem to think there's any difficulty about paying them deposit fees." "That phrase, 'in the present crisis,' is the backbone of business today," Mr. Linton said. "If a shop can't sell you anything, or if they mislay your property, or sell your purchase to someone else, or keep your repairs 6 months and then lose them, or send in your account with a lot of items you never ordered or received, they simply wave 'the present crisis' at you, and all is well." "Yes, but they don't regard it as any excuse if you pay too little or don't pay at all," Jim said. "Of course not. That wouldn't be business, my son," said Wally, laughing. "The one department the crisis doesn't hit is the one that sends out bills." He turned to Norah. "What about the cook lady, Nor?" "She's safe," said Norah, sighing with relief. "There's an awfully elegant letter from her saying she'll come." "Oh, that's good business," Jim said. For a fortnight Norah had had the unforgettable experience of sitting in registry offices, attempting to engage a staff for Homewood. She had always been escorted by one or more of her male belongings, and their extreme ignorance of how to conduct a business had been plain to the meanest intelligence. The ex-sergeant, whose spirit of meekness in proposing himself had been in extraordinary contrast to the condescending truculence of other candidates, had been thankfully retained. There had at times seemed a danger that instead of butler he might awake to find himself maid of all work, since not one of the applicants came up to even Norah's limited standard. Finally, however, Mr. Linton had refused to enter any more registry offices, or to let Norah enter them, describing them in good set terms as abominable holes. And judicious advertising had secured him a housekeeper who seemed promising, and a cook who insisted far more on the fact that she was a lady than on any ability to prepare meals. The family, while not enthusiastic, was hopeful. "I hope she is all right," Norah said doubtfully. "I suppose we can't expect much. They all tell you that nearly every servant in England has gone into munitions, which always sounds as though she'd get fired out of a trench mortar presently." "Some of those we saw might be benefited by the process," said Mr. Linton, shuddering at memories of registry offices. "Well, what about the rest? Haven't you got to get a kitchen maid and some more housemaids or things?" queried Jim vaguely. "I'm not going to try here," said Mr. Linton firmly. "Life is too short. I'd sooner be my own kitchen maid than let Norah into one of those offices again. Allenby's niece will have to double a few parts at first, and I've written to Ireland, to Mrs. Moroney, to see if she can find us 2 or 3 nice country girls. I believe she'll be able to do it. Meanwhile, we'll throw care to the winds. I've told Allenby to order in all necessary stores, so that we can be sure of getting something to eat when we go down. Beyond that, I decline to worry, or let Norah worry, about anything." "Then let's go out and play!" cried Norah, jumping up. "Right," said the boys. "Where?" "Oh, anywhere. We'll settle as we go," said Norah airily. She fled for her hat and coat. So they went to the Tower of London, a place little known to the English, but of which Australians never tire. and spent a blissful afternoon in the armoury, examining every variety of weapons and armament, from Crusaders' chain mail to 20th century rifles. There is no place so full of old stories and of history that suddenly becomes quite a different matter from something you learn by the half-page out of an extremely dull book at school. This is history alive, and the dim old tower becomes peopled with gay and gallant figures clad in shining armour, bent on knightly adventures. There you see mail shirts of woven links that slip like silken mesh through the fingers, yet could withstand the deadliest thrust of a dagger. Maces with spiked heads that only a mighty man could swing. Swords such as that with which Coeur de Lion could slice through such a mace as though it were no more than a carrot. Sinuous blades that Saladin loved, that would sever a down cushion flung in the air. Daggers and poignards, too, of every age, needle-pointed, yet viciously strong, with exquisitely inlaid hilts and fine-lined blades. Long rapiers that brought visions of gallants with curls and lace stocks and silken hose as ready to fight as to dance or to make a poem to a fair lady's eyebrow. Helmets of every age, with visors behind which the knights of old had looked grimly as they charged down the lists at gentle and joyous passages of arms. Horse armour of amazing weight. I always pictured those old knights prancing out on a 13-stone hack. "But you'd want a Suffolk punch to carry that ironmongery," said Wally. So through room after room, each full of brave ghosts of the past, looking benevolently at the tall boy soldiers from the New World. Until at length came closing time, and they went out reluctantly, across the flagged yard where poor young Anne Boleyn laid her gentle head on the block, where the ravens hop and caw today as their ancestors did in the 16th century, when she walked across from her grim prison that still bears on its wall a scrawled "Anne." A dull little prison room it must have been after the glitter and pomp of castles and palaces, with only the rugged walls of the tower yard to look upon from the tiny window. "And she must have had such a jolly good time at first," said Wally. "Old Henry VIII was very keen on her, wasn't he? And then she was only his second wife. By the time he'd had 6 they must have begun to feel themselves rather two a penny." They found a bus that took them by devious ways through the city, the part of London that many Londoners never see, since it is another world from the world of Bond Street and Oxford Street, with their newness and their glittering shops. But to the queer folk who come from overseas it is the real London, and they wander in its narrow streets and link fingers with the past. Old names look down from the smoke-grimed walls: Blackfriars and Whitefriars, Bread Street, St. Martin's Lane, Leadenhall Street, Temple Bar. The hurrying crowd of today fades, and instead come ghosts of armed men and of leather-jerkined prentices, less ready to work than to fight, of gallants with ruffs and fierce sailor-men of the days of Queen Bess, home from the Spanish Main with ships laden with gold, swaggering up from the docks to spend their prize money as quickly as they earned it. Visions of dark nights, with link boys running beside chair-bearers, carrying exquisite ladies to routs and masques. Of footpaths slinking into dark alleys and doorways as the watch comes tramping down the street. Visions of the press gang hunting stout lads into every tavern, whisking them from their hiding-places and off to the ships, to disappear with never a word of farewell until, years later, bronzed and tarred and strange of speech, they returned to astounded families who had long mourned them as dead. Visions of Queen Bess, with her haughty face and her red hair, riding through the city that adored her, her white palfrey stepping daintily through the cheering crowd. And great gentlemen beside her, Raleigh, Essex, Howard. They all wander together through the grey streets where the centuries-old buildings tower overhead, all blending together, a formless jumble of the past, and yet very much alive, and it does not seem to matter in the least that you look down upon them from a rattling motor bus that leaves pools of oil where perchance lay the puddle over which Raleigh flung his cloak lest his queen's slipper should be soiled. Very soon we shall look down on the city from airships while conductors come and stamp our tickets with a bell punch. But the old city will be unchanged, and it will be only we who look upon it who will pass like shadows from its face. The Australians left their bus in Fleet Street and dived down a narrow lane to a low doorway with the sign of the Cheshire Cheese. The old inn, with sanded floor and bare oak benches and tables, where Dr. Johnson and his followers used to meet, to dine and afterwards to smoke long churchwarden pipes and talk, as Wally said, such amazing fine language that it made you feel a little light-headed. It is to be feared that the Australians had not any great enthusiasm for Dr. Johnson. They had paid a visit of inspection to the room upstairs where the great man used to take his ease, but not one of them had felt any desire to sit in his big armchair. "You don't understand what a chance you're scorning," Mr. Linton had said, laughing as his family turned from the seat of honour. "Why, good Americans die happy if they can only say they have sat in Dr. Johnson's chair." "I think he was an ill-mannered old man," quoth Norah, with her nose tilted, which seemed to end the matter so far as they were concerned. But if the Billabong family took no interest in Dr. Johnson, they had a deep affection for the old inn itself. They loved its dim rooms with their blackened oak, and it was a never-ending delight to watch the medley of people who came there for meals: actors, artists, literary folk, famous and otherwise, Americans, foreigners, colonials, politicians, fighting men of both services, busy city men, for everybody comes, sooner or later, to the old Cheshire Cheese. Being people of plain tastes, they liked the solid, honest meals, especially since increasing war prices were already inducing hotels and restaurants everywhere to disguise a tablespoonful of hashed almonds under an elegant French name, and sell it for as much money as a dinner for a hungry man. Norah used to fight shy of the famous lark pudding, until it was whispered to her that what was not good beefsteaks in the dish was nothing more than pigeon or possibly even sparrow, after which she enjoyed it, and afterwards pilgrimaged to the kitchen to see the great blue bowls, as big as a wash-hand basin, in which the puddings have been made since Dr. Johnson's time, and the great copper in which they are boiled all night. Legend says that anyone who can eat 3 helpings of lark pudding is presented with all that remains, but no one has ever heard of a hero able to manage his 3rd plateful. Best of all, the Billabong folk loved the great cellars under the inn, which were once the cloisters of an old monastery, where there are unexpected steps and dim archways and winding paths where it is very easy to imagine that you see bare-footed friars with brown habits and robe-girdles pacing slowly along. There they bought quaint brown jars and mustard pots of the kind that are used, and have always been used, on the tables above. But best of all were the great oaken beams above them, solid as England itself, but blackened and charred by the great fire of 1666. Norah used to touch the burnt surface gently, wondering if it was not a dream, if the hand on the broken caracole were really her own, more used to Boson's bridle on the wide plains of Billabong. There were not many people in the room as they came in this evening, for it was early. Dinner, indeed, was scarcely ready, and a few customers sat about, reading evening papers and discussing the war news. In one corner were an officer and a lady, and at sight of the former Jim and Wally saluted and broke into joyful smiles. The officer jumped up and greeted them warmly. "Hullo, boys," he said. "I'm delighted to see you. Fit again? You look it." "Dad, this is Major Hunt," Jim said, dragging his father forward. "You remember? Of our regiment. And my sister, sir. I say, I'm awfully glad to see you." "Come and meet my wife," said Major Hunt. "Stella, here are the two young Australians that used to make my life a burden." Everybody shook hands indiscriminately, and presently they joined forces round a big table, while Jim and Wally poured out questions concerning the regiment and everyone in it. "Most of them are going strong," Major Hunt said. "We have a good few casualties, of course, but we haven't lost many officers. Most of them have come back. I think all your immediate chums are still in France. But I've been out of it myself for 2 months. Stopped a bit of shrapnel with my hand, and it won't get better." He indicated a bandaged left hand as he spoke, and they realized that his face was worn and deeply lined with pain. "It's stupid," he said, and laughed. "But when are you coming back? We've plenty of work for you." They told him, eagerly. "Why, you might just as well learn all you can before you go out," Major Hunt said. "The war's not going to finish this winter or the next. Indeed, I wouldn't swear that my 6-year-old son, who is drilling hard, won't have time to be in it at the finish." At which Mrs. Hunt shuddered and said, "Don't be so horrible, Douglas." She was a slight pretty woman, cheery and pleasant, and she made them all laugh by her stories of work in a canteen. "All the soldiers used to look upon us as just part of the furniture," she said. "They used to rush in a break between parades and give their orders in a terrible hurry. As for saying 'please,' well——" "You ought to have straightened them up," said Major Hunt, with a good-tempered growl. "Ah, poor boys, they hadn't time. The Irish regiment were better, but then it isn't any trouble for an Irishman to be polite. It comes to him naturally. But those stolid English country lads can't say things easily." She laughed. "I remember a young lance corporal who used often to come to our house to see my maid. He was terribly shy, and if I chanced to go into the kitchen he always bolted like a rabbit into the scullery. The really terrible thing was that sometimes I had to go on to the scullery myself and run him to earth among the saucepans when he would positively shake with terror. I used to wonder how he ever summoned up courage to speak to Susan, let alone to face the foe when he went to France." "That's the sort of thing that gets the V.C. without thinking about it," said Major Hunt, laughing. "I was very busy in the canteen one morning. It was a cold, wet day, and the men rushed us for hot drinks whenever they had a moment. Presently a warrior dashed up to the counter, banged down his penny, and said 'Coffee!' in a voice of thunder. I looked up and caught his eye as I was turning to run for the coffee, and it was my lance corporal." "What did you do?" "We just gibbered at each other across the counter for a moment, I believe, and I never saw a face so horror-stricken. Then he turned and fled, leaving his penny behind him. Poor boy, I gave it to Susan to return to him." "Didn't you ever make friends with any of them, Mrs. Hunt?" Norah asked. "Oh yes, when we had time, or when they had. But often one was on the rush for every minute of our 4-hour shifts." "Jolly good of you," said Jim. "Good gracious, no. It was a very poor sort of war work, but busy mothers with only one maid couldn't manage more. And I loved it, especially in Cork. The Irish boys were dears, and so keen. I had a great respect for those boys. The lads who enlisted in England had all their chums doing the same thing, and everybody patted them on the back and said how noble they were, and gave them parties and speeches and presents. But the Irish boys enlisted very often dead against the wishes of their own people, and against their priest, and you've got to live in Ireland to know what that means." "The wonder to me was, always, the number of Irishmen who did enlist," said Major Hunt. "And aren't they fighters!" "They must be great," Jim said. "You should hear our fellows talk about the Dublins and the Munsters and Gallipoli." His face clouded. It was a grievous matter to Jim that he had not been with those other Australian boys who had already made the name of Anzac ring through the world. "Yes, you must be very proud of your country," Mrs. Hunt said, with her charming smile. "I tell my husband that we must emigrate there after the war. It must be a great place in which to bring up children, judging by all the Australians one sees." "Possibly, but a man with a damaged hand isn't wanted there," Major Hunt said curtly. "Oh, you'll be all right long before we want to go out," was his wife's cheerful response. But there was a shadow in her eyes. Wally did not notice any shadow. He had hero-worshipped Major Hunt in his first days of soldiering, when that much-enduring officer, a Mons veteran with the D.S.O. to his credit, had been chiefly responsible for the training of newly joined subalterns; and Major Hunt, in his turn, had liked the two Australian boys, who, whatever their faults of carelessness or ignorance, were never anything but keen. Now, in his delight at meeting his senior officer again, Wally chattered away like a magpie, asking questions, telling Irish fishing stories and other stories of adventures in Ireland, hazarding wild opinions about the war, and generally manifesting a cheerful disregard of the fact that the tired man opposite him was not a subaltern as irresponsible as himself. Somehow the weariness died out of Major Hunt's eyes. He began to joke in his turn and to tell queer yarns of the trenches; and presently, indeed, the whole party seemed to be infected by the same spirit, so that the old walls of the Chester Cheese echoed laughter that must have been exceedingly discouraging to the ghost of Dr. Johnson, if, as is said, that unamiable maker of dictionaries haunts his ancient tavern. "Well, you've made us awfully cheerful," said Major Hunt, when dinner was over and they were dawdling over coffee. "Stella and I were feeling rather down on our luck, I believe, when you appeared, and now we've forgotten all about it. Do you always behave like this, Miss Linton?" "No, I'd have to be very sedate, or I'd never keep my big family in order," said Norah, laughing. "You've no idea what a responsibility they are." "Haven't I?" said he. "You forgot I have a houseful of my own." "Tell me about them," Norah asked. "Do you keep them in order?" "We say we do, for the sake of discipline, but I'm not too sure about it," said Mrs. Hunt. "As a matter of fact, I am very strict, but Douglas undoes all my good work." "Is it really true that he is strict in the regiment, Mr. Jim?" Jim and Wally shuddered. "I'd find it easier to tell you if he wasn't here," Jim said. "There are awful memories, aren't there, Wal?" "Rather," said Wally feelingly. "Do you remember the day I didn't salute on parade?" "I believe your mangled remains were carried off the barrack square," said Jim, with a twinkle. "I expect I should have been one of the fatigue party, only that was the day I was improperly dressed." "What, you didn't come on parade in a bath towel, did you?" his father asked. "No, but I had a shoulder strap undone. It's nearly as bad, isn't it, sir?" Jim grinned at Major Hunt. "If I could remember the barrack square frown at the moment I would assume it," said the officer, laughing. "Never mind, I'll deal with you both when we all get back." "You haven't told me about the family," Norah persisted. "The family you are strict with, I mean," she added kindly. "You have no more respect for a field officer than your brother has," said he. "Whisper," said Mrs. Hunt. "He was only a subaltern himself before the war." Her husband eyed her severely. "You'll get put under arrest if you make statements liable to excite indiscipline among the troops," he said. "Don't listen to her, Miss Linton, and I'll tell you about the family she spoils. There's Geoffrey, who is 6, and Alison, who's 5, at least. I think she's 5, isn't she, Stella?" "Much you know of your babies," said his wife, with a fine scorn. "Alison won't be 5 for 2 months." "Hasn't she a passion for detail?" said her husband admiringly. "Well, 5-ish, Miss Linton. And finally there's a 2-year-old named Michael. When they all get going together they make rather more noise than a regiment. But they're rather jolly, and I hope you'll come and see them." "Oh, do," said Mrs. Hunt. "Geoffrey would just love to hear about Australia. He told me the other day that when he grows up he means to go out there and be a kangaroo." "I suppose you know you must never check a child's natural ambitions," Mr. Linton told her gravely. "Was that your plan?" she laughed. "Oh, my pair hadn't any ambitions beyond sitting on horses perpetually and pursuing cattle," said Mr. Linton. "That was very useful to me, so I certainly didn't check it." "H'm," said Jim, regarding him inquiringly. "I wonder how your theory would have lasted, Dad, if I'd grown my hair long and taken to painting." "That wouldn't have been a natural ambition at all, so I should have been able to deal with it with a clear conscience," said his father, laughing. "In any case the matter could safely have been left to Norah. She would have been more than equal to it." "I trust so," said Norah pleasantly. "You with long hair, Jimmy!" "It's amazing and painful to see the number of fellows who take long hair into khaki with them," said Major Hunt. "The old Army custom was to get your hair cut over the comb for home service and under the comb for active service. Jolly good rule, too. But the subaltern of the new army goes into the trenches with locks like a musician's. At least, too many of him does." "Never could understand anyone caring for the bother of long hair," said Jim, running his hand over his dark, close-cropped poll. "I say, isn't it time we made a move, if we're going to a show?" He looked half slyly at Mrs. Hunt. "Won't you and the Major come with us? It's been so jolly meeting you." "Good idea," said Mr. Linton, cutting across Mrs. Hunt's protest. "Do come. I know Norah is longing to be asked to meet the family, and that will give you time to fix it up." He overruled any further objections by the simple process of ignoring them, whereupon the Hunts wisely gave up manufacturing any more. And presently they had discovered 2 taxis, Norah and her father taking Mrs. Hunt in the first, leaving the 3 soldiers to follow in the second. They slid off through the traffic of Fleet Street. "We really shouldn't let you take possession of us like this," said Mrs. Hunt a little helplessly. "But it has been so lovely to see Douglas cheerful again. He has not laughed so much for months." "You are anxious about his hand?" David Linton asked. "Yes, very. He has had several kinds of treatment for it, but it doesn't seem to get better, and the pain is wearing. The doctors say his best chance is a thorough change, as well as treatment, but we can't manage it. The 3 babies are expensive atoms. Now there's a probability of another operation to his hand, and he has been so depressed about it that I dragged him out to dinner in the hope of cheering him up. But I don't think I should have succeeded if we hadn't met you." "It was great luck for us," Norah said. "The boys have always told us so much of Major Hunt. He was ever so good to them." "He told me about them too," said Mrs. Hunt. "He liked them because he said he never succeeded in boring them." "Why, you couldn't bore Jim and Wally," said Norah, laughing. Then a great idea fell upon her, and she grew silent, leaving the conversation to her companions as the taxi whirred on its swift way through the crowded streets until they drew up before the theatre. In the vestibule she found her father close to her, and endeavoured to convey many things to him by squeezing his arm very hard among the crowd, succeeding in so much that Mr. Linton knew perfectly well that Norah was the victim of a new idea, and was quite content to wait to be told what it was. But there was no chance of that until the evening was over, and they had bade farewell to the Hunts, arranging to have tea with them the next day. After which a taxi bore them to the Kensington flat, and they gathered in a sitting-room while Norah brewed coffee over a spirit lamp. "I'm jolly glad we met the Hunts," Jim said. "But isn't it cruel luck for a man like that to be kept back by a damaged hand?" "Rough on Mrs. Hunt, too," Wally remarked. She looked about as seedy as he did. "Daddy!" said Norah eagerly. David Linton laughed. "Yes, I knew you had one," he said. "Out with it. I'll listen." "They're Tired People," said Norah, and waited. "Yes, they're certainly tired enough," said her father. "But the children, Norah. I don't think we could possibly take in little children, considering the other weary inmates." "No, I thought that too," Norah answered eagerly. "But don't you remember the cottage, Daddy? Why shouldn't they have it?" "By Jove!" said Jim. "That jolly little thatched place!" "Yes, it has several rooms. They could let their own house, and then they'd save heaps of money. It would get them right out of London. And Mrs. Hunt told me that London is the very worst place for him. The doctor said so." "That is certainly an idea," Mr. Linton said. "It's near enough to London for Hunt to run up for his treatment." We could see that they were comfortable. He smiled at Norah, whose flushed face was dimly visible through the steam of the coffee. "I think it would be rather a good way to begin our job, Norah." "It would be so nice that it doesn't feel like any sort of work," said Norah. "I think you may find a chance of work. They have 3 small children and not much money," said her father prophetically. "I say, I hope the Major would agree," Jim put in. "I know he's horribly proud." "We'll kidnap the babies, and then they'll just have to come," Norah laughed. "Picture Mr. Linton," said Wally happily, "carrying on the good work by stalking through London with 3 kids sticking out of his pockets, followed by Norah, armed with feeding bottles." "Wounded officer and wife hard in pursuit, armed with shotguns," supplemented Jim. "I like your pacifist ideas of running a home for tired people, I must say." "Why, they would forget that they had ever been tired," said Norah. "I think it's rather a brilliant notion. There certainly wouldn't be another convalescent home in England run on the same lines. But you're not good on matters of detail. People don't have feeding bottles for babies at that age." "I'm not well up in babies," said Wally. "Nice people, but I like somebody else to manage 'em. I thought bottles were pretty safe until they were about 7." "Well, we'll talk it over with the Hunts tomorrow. The cottage, not the bottles," Mr. Linton said. "Meanwhile it's bedtime, so good night, everybody." He dispersed the assembly by the simple process of switching off the electric light, smiling to himself as Jim and Norah two-stepped, singing, down the tiny corridor in the darkness. But the midday post brought a worried little note from Mrs. Hunt, putting off the party. Her husband had had a bad report on his hand that morning, and was going into hospital for an immediate operation. She hopes to fix a day later on. The note was a little incoherent. Norah had a sudden vision of the 3 small Hunts, who made rather more noise than a regiment, rampaging round the harassed mother as she tried to write. "Perhaps it's as well. We'll study the cottage and make sure that it's all right for them," said her father. "Then we'll kidnap them. Meanwhile, we'll go and send them a big hamper of fruit, and put some sweets in for the babies." A plan which was so completely after Norah's heart that she quite forgot her disappointment. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Captain Jim. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captain Jim, by Mary Grant Bruce. Chapter 4. Settling In. They bade good-bye to the flat early next morning, and went down to Homewood through a dense fog that rolled up almost to the carriage windows like masses of white wool. At the station the closed carriage waited for them, with the brown cobs pawing the ground impatiently. General Somers's chauffeur had gone with his master, and so far they had not succeeded in finding a substitute. But the groom and coachman, who were also gardeners in their spare time, considered themselves part and parcel of the place, and had no idea of changing their home. "The cart for the luggage will be here presently, sir," Jones, the old coachman, told Mr. Linton. So they left a bewildering assortment of suitcases and trunks piled up on the platform in the care of an ancient porter, and packed themselves into the carriage. Norah was wont to say that the only vehicle capable of accommodating her 3 long man-folk comfortably was an omnibus. The fog was lifting as they rolled smoothly up the long avenue, and just as they came within sight of the house a gleam of pale sunlight found its way through the misty clouds and lingered on the ivy-clad gables. The front door was flung wide to welcome them. On the steps hovered the ex-sergeant, wearing a discreet smile. Behind him fluttered a print dress and a white apron, presumably worn by his niece. "I say, Norah, don't you feel like the Queen of Sheba entering her ancestral halls?" whispered Wally wickedly, as they mounted the steps. "If she felt simply horrible, then I do," returned Norah. "I suppose I'll get used to it in time, but at present I want a hollow log to crawl into." Allenby greeted them respectfully. "We did not know what rooms you would like, sir," he said. "They are all practically ready, of course. My niece, miss, thought you might prefer the blue bedroom. Her name is Sarah, miss." "We don't want the best rooms, the sunniest, I mean," Norah said. "They must be for the Tired People, mustn't they, Dad?" "Well, there are no Tired People except ourselves at present," said her father, laughing. "So if you have a fancy for any room you had better take it, don't you think?" "Well, we'll tour round and see," said Norah diplomatically, with mental visions of the sudden turning out of rooms should weary guests arrive. "It might be better to settle down from the first as we mean to be." "A lady has come, miss," said Allenby. "I understood her to say she was the cook, but perhaps I made a mistake?" He paused, questioningly, his face comically puzzled. "Oh, Miss de Lisle?" "Yes, miss." "Oh, yes, she's the cook," said Norah. "And the housekeeper, Mrs. Atkins?" "No one else has arrived, miss." "Well, I expect she'll come," said Norah. "At least she promised." "Miss de Lisle, miss, asked for her kitchen maid." "There isn't one at present," said Norah, feeling a little desperate. "Oh," said Allenby, looking blank. "I am afraid, miss, that the lady expects one." "Well, she can't have one until one comes," said Mr. Linton. "Cheer up, Norah. I'll talk to Miss de Lisle." "I'll be the kitchen maid, if necessary," said Wally cheerfully. "What does one do?" Allenby shuddered visibly. "My niece, I am sure, will do all she can, sir," he said. His gaze dwelt on Wally's uniform. It was easy to see him quailing in spirit before the vision of an officer with a kitchen mop. "Perhaps, miss, if you would like to see the rooms——" They trooped upstairs, the silent house suddenly waking to life with the quick footsteps and cheery voices. The big front bedrooms were at once put aside for future guests. Norah fell in love with, and promptly appropriated, a little room that appeared to have been tucked into a corner by the architect as an afterthought. It was curiously shaped, with a quaint little nook for the bed, and had a big window furnished with a low cushioned seat, wide enough for any one to curl up with a book. Mr. Linton and the boys selected rooms principally remarkable for bareness. Jim had a lively hatred for furniture. They left him discussing with Allenby the question of removing a spindle-legged writing table. Mr. Linton and Norah went downstairs with sinking hearts to encounter Miss de Lisle. On the way appeared Sarah, very clean and starched as to dress, very pink and shiny as to complexion. Her hair was strained back from her forehead so tightly it appeared to be pulling her eyes up. "Oh, Sarah," said Mr. Linton, pausing. "Yes, sir," said Sarah meekly. "You may be required to help the cook for a few days until until the staff is complete," said her employer. "Your uncle tells me you will have no objection." "It being understood, sir, as it is only temporary," said Sarah firmly. "Oh, quite," said Mr. Linton hurriedly. "And of course I will help you with the housework, Sarah," put in Norah. Sarah looked more wooden than before. "Thank you, miss, I'm sure," she returned. They went on. "Doesn't she make you feel warm?" said Norah. "This is a terrible business, Norah," said Mr. Linton fervently. "I didn't guess what Brownie was saving me from all these years." They found Miss de Lisle in the kitchen, where an enormous range glowed like a fiery furnace, in which respect Miss de Lisle rather resembled it. She was a tall, stout woman, dressed in an overall several sizes too small for her. The overall was rose-coloured, and Miss de Lisle was many shades deeper in hue. She accepted their greetings with enthusiasm, and plunged at once into a catalogue of grievances. "The butler tells me there is no kitchen maid," she boomed wrathfully. "And I had not expected such an antiquated range, nor could I possibly manage with these saucepans," sweeping a scornful hand towards an array which seemed to the hapless Lintons to err only on the side of magnificence. "There will be a number of necessary items. And where am I to sit? You will hardly expect me to herd with the servants." "It would be rough on them," rose to Norah's lips, but she prudently kept the reflection to herself. "To sit?" echoed Mr. Linton. "Why, I really hadn't thought of it." His brow cleared. "Oh, there's the housekeeper's room." "And who is the housekeeper? Is she a lady?" "She hasn't said so, yet," said Mr. Linton. It was evident that he considered this a point in the absent housekeeper's favour. Miss de Lisle flamed anew. "I cannot sit with your housekeeper," she averred. "You must remember, Mr. Linton, that I told you when engaging with you that I expected special treatment." "And you must remember," said Mr. Linton with sudden firmness, "that we ourselves have not been half an hour in the house, and that we must have time to make arrangements. As for what you require, we will see into that later." Miss de Lisle sniffed. "It's not what I am accustomed to," she said. "However, I will wait. And the kitchen maid?" "I can't make a kitchen maid out of nothing," said Mr. Linton gloomily. "I hope to hear of one in a day or two. I have written to Ireland." "To Ireland!" ejaculated Miss de Lisle in accents of horror. "My dear sir, do you know what Irish maids are like?" "They're the nicest maids I know," said Norah, speaking for the first time. "And so kind and obliging." "H'm," sniffed the cook lady. "But you are not sure of obtaining even one of these treasures?" "Well, we'll all help," said Norah. "Sarah will give you a hand until we get settled, and my brother and Mr. Meadows and I can do anything. There can't be such an awful lot of work——" She stopped. Miss de Lisle was regarding her with an eye in which horror and amazement were mingled. "But we don't do such things in England," she gasped. "Your brother? And the other officer? In my kitchen, may I ask?" "Well, one moment you seem afraid of too much work, and the next of too much help," said Norah, laughing. "You'd find them very useful." "I trust that I have never been afraid of work," said Miss de Lisle severely. "But I have my position to consider. There are duties which belong to it, and other duties which do not. My province is cooking." cooking, and nothing else. Who, I ask, is to keep my kitchen clean?" "Me, if necessary," said a voice in which Allenby the butler was clearly merged in Allenby the sergeant. "Begging your pardon, sir." He was deferential again, save for the eye with which he glared upon Miss de Lisle. "I think, perhaps, between me and Sarah and this lady, we can arrange matters for the present without troubling you or Miss Linton." "Do," said his employer thankfully. He beat a retreat, followed by Norah, rather to Norah's disappointment. She was beginning to feel warlike, and hankered for the battle, with Allenby ranged on her side. "I'm going to love Allenby," she said with conviction, as they gained the outer regions. "He's a trump," said her father. "But isn't that a terrible woman, Norah?" "Here's another, anyhow," said Norah with a wild inclination to giggle. A dismal cab halted at a side entrance, and the driver was struggling with a stout iron trunk. The passenger, a tall, angular woman, was standing in the doorway. "The housekeeper!" breathed Mr. Linton faintly. "Do you feel equal to her, Norah?" He fled with disgraceful weakness to the billiard-room. "Good morning," Norah said, advancing. "Good morning," returned the newcomer with severity. "I have rung 3 times." "Oh, we're a little short-handed," said Norah, and began to giggle hopelessly to her own dismay. Her world seemed suddenly full of important upper servants, with no one to wait on them. It was rather terrible, but beyond doubt it was very funny, to an Australian mind. The housekeeper gazed at her with a sort of cold anger. "I'm afraid I don't know which is your room," Norah said, recovering under that fish-like glare. "You see, we've only just come. I'll send Allenby." She hurried off, meeting the butler in the passage. "Oh, Allenby," she said, "it's the housekeeper. And her trunk." "Allenby, what does a housekeeper do? She won't clean the kitchen for Miss de Lisle, will she?" "I'm afraid not, miss," said Allenby. His manner grew confidential. Had he not been so correct a butler, Norah felt that he might have patted her head. "Now look, miss," he said. "You just leave them women to me. I'll fix them, and don't you worry." "Oh, thank you, Allenby," said Norah gratefully. She followed in her father's wake, leaving the butler to advance upon the wrathful figure that yet blocked the side doorway. In the billiard-room all her man-folk were gathered, looking guilty. "It's awful to see you all huddling together here out of the storm," said Norah, laughing. "Isn't it all terrible? Do you think we'll ever settle down, Daddy?" "Indeed, I wouldn't be too certain," responded Mr. Linton gloomily. "How did you get on, Norah? Was she anything like Miss de Lisle? That's an appalling woman. She ought to stand for Parliament." "She's not like Miss de Lisle, but I'm not sure that she's any nicer," said Norah. "She's very skinny and vinegarish. I say, Daddy, aren't we going to have a wild time?" "Well, if she and the cook lady get going, the encounter should be worth seeing," remarked Jim. "Talk about Kilkenny cats!" "I only hope it will come off before we go," said Wally gleefully. "We haven't had much war yet, have we, Jim? I think we deserve to see a little." "I should much prefer it in someone else's house," said Mr. Linton with haste. "But it's bound to come, I should think, and then I shall be called in as referee." "Well, Australia was never like this. Still, there are compensations." He went out, returning in a moment with a battered hat of soft grey felt. "Now you'll be happy," said Norah, laughing. "I am," responded her father. He put on the hat with tender care. "I haven't been so comfortable since I was in Ireland. It's one of the horrors of war that David Linton of Billabong has worn a stiff bowler hat for nearly a year." "Never mind. No one in Australia will believe it unless they saw it photographed," said Jim soothingly. "And it hasn't had to be a top hat, so you really haven't had to bear the worst." "That is certainly something," said his father. "In the dim future I suppose you and Norah may get married, but I warn you, here and now, that you needn't expect me to appear in a top hat. However, there's no need to face these problems yet, thank goodness. Suppose we leave the kitchen to fight it out alone and go and inspect the cottage." It nestled at the far side of a belt of shrubbery, a cheery, thatched place with wide casement windows that looked out on a trim stretch of grass. At one side there was actually a little verandah, a sight so unusual in England that the Australians could scarcely believe their eyes. Certainly it was only a very tiny verandah. Within, all was bright and cheery and simple. The cottage had been used as a barracks when the sons of a former owner had brought home boy friends. 2 rooms were fitted with bunks built against the wall, as in a ship's cabin. There was a little dining room, plainly furnished, and a big sitting room that took up the whole width of the building, and had casement windows on 3 sides. There was a roomy kitchen, from which a ladder-like staircase ascended to big attics, one of which was fitted as a bedroom. "It's no end of a jolly place," was Jim's verdict. "I don't know that I wouldn't rather live here than in your mansion, Norah, but I suppose it wouldn't do." "I think it would be rather nice," Norah said, "but you can't, because we want it for the Hunts. And it will be splendid for them, won't it, Dad?" "Yes, I think it will do very well," said Mr. Linton. "We'll get the housekeeper to come down and make sure that it has enough pots and pans and working outfit generally. And then we'll go up to London and kidnap Mrs. Hunt and the baby," said Norah, pirouetting gently. "Now, shall we go and see the horses?" They spent a blissful half-hour in the stables, and arranged to ride in the afternoon. The old coachman was plainly delighted at the absence of a chauffeur, and displayed his treasures with a pride to which he had long been a stranger. "The 'orses haven't had enough to do since Sir John used to come," he said. "The General didn't care for them, an infantry gent he must have been, and it was always the motor for him. We exercise them, of course, but it ain't the same for the 'orses, and don't they know it?" "Of course they do." Norah caressed Killaloe's lean head. "You'll hunt him, sir, won't you, this season?" asked Jones anxiously. "The meets ain't what they was, of course, but there's a few goes out still. The master's a lady, Mrs. Ainslie. Her husband's in France. He's had the hounds these 5 years." "Oh, we'll hunt, won't we, Dad?" Norah's face glowed as she lifted it. "Rather," said Jim. "Of course you will. What about the other horses, Jones? Can they jump?" "To tell you the truth, sir," said Jones happily, "there's not one of them that can't. Even the cobs ain't too bad, and the black pony that's at the vet's, he's a flyer. He'll be home to-morrow. The vet sent me word yesterday that his shoulder's all right. Strained it a bit, he did. Of course they ain't made hunters like Killaloe, but they're quick and clever, and once you know the country, and the short cuts and the gaps, you can generally manage to see most of a run." He sighed ecstatically. "Hey, but it'll be like old times to get ready again on a hunting morning." The gong sounded from the house, and they bade the stables a reluctant good-bye. Lunch waited in the morning room. There was a pleasant sparkle of silver and glass on a little table in the window, and there was no doubt that Miss de Lisle could cook. "If her temper were as good as her pastry, I should say we had found a treasure," said Mr. Linton, looking at the fragments which remained of a superlative apple pie. "Let's hope that Mrs. Moroney will discover a kitchen-maid or two, and that they will induce her to overlook our other shortcomings." "I'm afraid we'll never be genteel enough for her," said Norah, shaking her curly head. And the other servants will all hate her because she thinks they aren't fit for her to speak to. If she only knew how much nicer Allenby is!" "Or Brownie," said Wally loyally. "Brownie could beat that pie with one hand tied behind her." Allenby entered, sympathy on every line of his face. "The housekeeper, Mrs. Atkins, would like to see you, sir, or Miss Linton, and so would Miss de Lisle." But Miss de Lisle was on his heels, breathing threatenings and slaughter. "There must be some arrangement made as to my instructions," she boomed. "Your housekeeper evidently does not understand my position. She has had the impertinence to address me as cook. Cook!" She paused for breath, glaring. "But, good gracious, isn't it your profession?" asked Mr. Linton. Miss de Lisle fairly choked with wrath. Wally's voice fell like oil on a stormy sea. "If I could make a pie like that, I'd expect to be called cook," said he. It's a regular poem of a pie." Whereat Jim choked in his turn, and endeavoured, with a signal lack of success, to turn his emotion into a sneeze. Miss de Lisle's lowering countenance cleared somewhat. She looked at Wally in a manner that was almost kindly. "Wartime cookery is a makeshift, not an art," she said. "Before the war I could have shown you what cooking could be." "That pie wasn't a makeshift," persisted Wally. "It was a dream. I say, Miss de Lisle, can you make pikelets?" "Yes, of course," said the cook lady. "Do you like them?" "I'd go into a trap for a pikelet," said Wally, warming to his task. "Oh, Norah, do ask Miss de Lisle if she'll make some for tea." "Oh, do!" pleaded Norah. As a matter of stern fact, Norah preferred bread and butter to pikelets, but the human beam in the cook lady's eye was not to be neglected. "We haven't had any for ages." She cast about for further encouragement for the beam. "Miss de Lisle, I suppose you have a very special cookery book?" "I make my own recipes," said the cook lady with pride. "But for the war I should have brought out my book." "By Jove, you don't say so!" said Jim. "I say, Norah, you'll have to get that when it comes out." "Rather," said Norah. "I wonder would it bother you awfully to show me some day how to make meringues? I never can get them right." "We'll see," said Miss de Lisle graciously. "And would you really like pikelets for tea? Please, if it wouldn't be too much trouble." "Very well." Jim held the door open for the cook lady as she marched out. Suddenly she paused. "You will see the housekeeper, Mr. Linton?" "Oh, certainly," said David Linton hastily. The door closed. Behind it they could hear a tread, heavy and martial, dying away. "A fearsome woman," said Mr. Linton. "Wally, you deserve a medal. But are we always to lick the ground under the cook's feet in this fashion?" "Oh, she'll find her level," said Jim. "But you'd better tell Mrs. Atkins not to offend her again. Talk to her like a father, Dad. Say she and Miss de Lisle are here to run the house, not to bother you and Norah." "It's excellent in theory," said his father sadly. "But in practice I find my tongue cleaving to the roof of my mouth when these militant females tackle me. And if you saw Mrs. Atkins you would realize how difficult it would be for me to regard her as a daughter. But I'll do my best." Mrs. Atkins, admitted by the sympathetic Allenby, proved less fierce than the cook lady, although by no stretch of imagination could she have been called pleasant. "I have never worked with a cook as considered herself a lady," she remarked. "It makes all very difficult, and no kitchen maid. And am I in authority, or am I not? And such airs, turning up her nose at being called cook! Which if she is the cook, why not be called so? And going off to her bedroom with her dinner, no one downstairs being good enough to eat with her. I must say it isn't what I'm used to. And me lived with the first families. Quite the first." Mrs. Atkins ceased her weary monologue and gazed on the family with conscious virtue. She was dressed in dull black silk, and looked overwhelmingly respectable. "Oh, well, you must put up with things as they are," said Mr. Linton vaguely. "Miss de Lisle expects a few unusual things, but apparently there's no doubt that she can do her work. I hope to have more maids in a few days. If not—" a brilliant idea striking him, "I must send you up to London to find us some, Mrs. Atkins." "I shall be delighted, sir," replied the housekeeper primly. "And do I understand that the cook is to have a separate sitting-room?" "Oh, for goodness' sake, ask Allenby!" ejaculated her employer. "It will have to be managed somewhere, or we shall have no cook." Chapter 5 of Captain Jim. Recording is in the public domain. Captain Jim, by Mary Grant Bruce. Chapter 5. How the Cook Lady Found Her Level. 2 days later the morning mail brought relief. Not too soon, for there was evidence that the battle between the housekeeper and the cook lady could not be much longer delayed, and Sarah was going about with a face of wooden agony that gave Norah a chilly feeling whenever she encountered her. Allenby alone retained any cheerfulness, and much of that was due to ancient military discipline. Therefore Mrs. Moroney's letter was hailed with acclamation. "2 maids she can recommend, bless her heart," said Mr. Linton. "She doesn't label their particular activities, but says they'll be willing to do anything at all." "That's the kind I like," said Norah thankfully. "And their names are Bride Kelly and Katty O'Gorman. Doesn't that bring Killard and Brown Boggs back to you? And oh, by Jove!" "What is it?" demanded his family in unison. "This is what it is. I don't know would your honour remember Con Haggerty, that was chauffeur to Sir John at Rathcullen, and a decent boy with one leg and he after coming back from the war. He have no job since Sir John died, and he bid me tell you he'd be proud to drive a car for you, and to be with you all. And if he have only one leg itself, he's as handy as any one with 2 or more. Sir John had him with him at Homewood, and he knows the car that's there. And 'tis the way, if you had a job for him, he could take the 2 girls over when he went. And he used to travelling the world. That's all, I think," Mr. Linton ended. "What luck!" Jim ejaculated. "We couldn't have a better chauffeur." "I wonder we never thought of Con," said his father. "A nice boy. I'd like to have him." "So would I," added Norah. "When will you get them, Dad?" "I'll write at once and send a cheque for their fares," said her father. "I'll tell them to send a telegram when they start." He rose to leave the room. "What are you going to do this morning, children?" "We're all turning out the cottage," Norah answered promptly. "I haven't told Sarah. She disapproves of me so painfully if I do any work, and hurts my feelings by always doing it over again, if possible. At the same time she looks so unhappy about working at all, and sighs so often, that I don't feel equal to telling her that the cottage has to be done. So Jim and Wally have nobly volunteered to help me." "Don't knock yourself up," said her father. "Will you want me?" "No, unless you like to come as a guest and sit still and do nothing. My 2 housemaids and I can easily finish off that little job. There's not really a great deal to do," Norah added. "The place is very clean, only one likes to have everything extra nice when Tired People come." "Well, I'm not coming to sit still and do nothing," said her father firmly. "So I'll stay at home and write letters." He watched them from the terrace a little later, racing across the lawn, and smiled a little. It was so unlikely that this long-legged family of his would ever really grow up. The house was very quiet that morning. Mrs. Atkins and Miss de Lisle, having quarrelled over the question of dinner, had retreated, the one to the housekeeper's room, the other to the kitchen. Sarah went about her duties sourly. Allenby was Sarah's uncle, and, as such, felt some duty to her, which he considered he had discharged in getting her a good place. Beyond that, Sarah frankly bored him, and he saw no reason to let her regard him as anything else than a butler. Bad for discipline, too, he reflected. Therefore Allenby was lonely. He read the Daily Mail in the seclusion of his pantry, and then, strolling through the hall, with a watchful eye alert lest a speck of dust should have escaped Sarah, he saw his master cross the garden and strike across the park in the direction of Hawkins' farm. Everyone else was out, Allenby knew not where. An impulse for fresh air fell upon him, and he sauntered towards the shrubbery. Voices and laughter came to him from the cottage. He pushed through the shrubs and found himself near a window, and, peeping through, received a severe shock to his well-trained nerves. Norah, enveloped in a huge apron, was energetically polishing the kitchen tins. The boys, in their shirt-sleeves, were equally busy, Wally scrubbing the sink with monkey soap, and Jim black-leading the stove. It was very clear that work was no new thing to any of the trio. Allenby gasped with horror. "Officers, too!" he ejaculated. "What's the world coming to, I wonder?" He hesitated a moment, and then walked round to the back door. "May I come in, please, miss?" "Oh, come in, Allenby," Norah said, a little confused. "We're busy, you see. Did you want anything?" "No, miss, thank you. But really, miss, I could have got a woman from the village for you to do all this. Or Sarah." "Sarah has quite enough to do," said Norah. "Indeed, Sarah's not killed with work," said the damsel's uncle. "I don't like to see you soiling your 'ands, miss, nor the gentlemen." "The gentlemen are all right," said Wally cheerfully. "Look at this sink now, Allenby. Did you ever see anything better?" It's not right," murmured Allenby unhappily. He threw off his black coat suddenly, and advanced upon Jim. "If you please, sir, I'll finish that stove." "That you won't," said Jim. "Thanks all the same, Allenby, but I'm getting used to it now." He laughed. "Besides, don't you forget that you're a butler." "I can't forget that you're an officer, sir," said Allenby, wretchedly. "It's not right. Think of the regiment. And Miss Norah. Won't you let me help, sir?" "You can clean the paint, Allenby," said Norah, taking pity on his distressed face. "But there's really no need to keep you." "If you'd only not mind telling any of them at the house what I was doing," said the butler anxiously. "It would undermine me position. There's that Miss de Lisle, now. She looks down on everybody enough without knowing I was doing any job like this." "She shall never know," said Jim tragically, waving a black-lead brush. "Now I'm off to do the dining-room grate. If you're deadly anxious to work, Allenby, you could wash this floor. Couldn't he, Norah?" "Thanks very much, sir," said Allenby gratefully. "I'll leave this place all right. Just shut the door, sir, and don't you bother about it any more." "However did you dare, Jim?" breathed Norah, as the cleaning party moved towards the dining-room. "Do you think a butler ever washed a floor before?" "Can't say," said Jim easily. "I'm regarding him more as a sergeant than a butler, for the moment. Not that I can remember seeing a sergeant wash a floor either. But he seemed anxious to help, so why not let him? It won't hurt him. He's getting disgracefully fat. There's plenty to do." "Heaps," said Wally cheerily. "Where's that floor polish, Nora? These boards want a rub." "What are you going to do?" "Polish brass," said Norah, beginning on a window catch. When I grow up, I think I'll be an architect, and then I'll make the sort of house that women will care to live in." "What sort's that?" asked Jim. "I don't know what the outside will be like, but it won't have any brass to keep clean, or any skirting boards with pretty tops to catch dust, or any corners in the rooms. Brownie and I used to talk about it. All the cupboards will be built in, so no dust can get under them. And the windows will have some patent dodge to open inwards when they want cleaning. And there'll be built-in washstands in every room, with taps and plugs." "Brass taps?" inquired Wally. "Certainly not." "What then?" "Oh, something. Something that doesn't need to be kept pretty. And then there will be heaps of cupboard room and heaps of shelf room, only all the shelves will be narrow so that nothing can be put behind anything else." "Whatever do you mean?" asked Jim. "She means dead mice. You know they get behind bottles of jam," said Wally kindly. "Go on, Norah, you talk like a book." "Well, dead mice are as good as anything," said Norah lucidly. "There won't be any room for their corpses on my shelves. And I'll have some arrangement for supplying hot water through the house that doesn't depend on keeping a huge kitchen fire alight." "That's a good notion," said Jim, sitting back on his heels, black lead brush in hand. "I think I'll go architecting with you, Nor. We'll go in for all sorts of electric dodges, plugs in all the rooms to fix the vacuum cleaners, so you can work with one hand. Most of 'em want two men and a boy. And electric washing machines, and cookers and fans and all kinds of things. And everybody will be using them, so electricity will have to be cheap." "I really couldn't help listening to you," said a deep voice in the doorway. Everyone jumped. It was Miss de Lisle, in her skimpy red overall, rather more flushed than usual, and a little embarrassed. "I hope you don't mind," she said. "I heard voices, and I didn't think anyone lived here. I knocked, but you were all so busy you didn't hear me." "So busy talking, you mean," laughed Wally. "Terrible chatterboxes, Jim and Norah. They never get any work done." A black lead brush hurtled across the room. He caught it neatly and returned it to the owner. "But you're working terribly hard," said the cook lady in bewilderment. "Is anyone going to live here?" Norah explained briefly. Miss de Lisle listened with interest, nodded her head from time to time. "It's a beautiful idea," she said at length. "Fancy now you rescuing those poor little children and their father and mother. It makes me feel quite sentimental. Most cooks are sentimental, you know. It's such a warm occupation," she added vaguely. "When I'm cooking something that requires particular care, I always find myself crooning a love song." At which Wally collapsed into such a hopeless giggle that Jim and Norah, in little better case themselves, looked at him in horror, expecting to see him annihilated. To their relief, Miss de Lisle grinned cheerfully. "Oh yes, you may laugh," she said, whereupon they all did. "I know I don't look sentimental. Perhaps it's just as well. Nobody would want a cook with golden hair and languishing blue eyes. And I do cook so much better than I sing. Now I'm going to help. What can I do?" "Indeed you're not," said Norah. "Thanks ever so, Miss de Lisle, but we can manage quite well." "Now you're thinking of what I said the other day," said Miss de Lisle disgustedly. "I know I did say my province was cooking, and nothing else. But if you knew the places I've struck, dear me, there was one place where the footman chucked me under the chin." It was too much for the others. They sat down on the floor and shrieked in unison. "Yes, I know it's funny," said Miss de Lisle. "I howled myself, after it was all over. But I don't think the footman ever chucked anyone under the chin again. I settled him." There was a reminiscent gleam in her eye. Norah felt a flash of sympathy for the hapless footman. "Then there was another house. That was a duke's, where the butler expected me to walk out with him. That's the worst of it. If you behave like a human being, you get that sort of thing, and if you don't, you're a pig and treated accordingly." She looked at them whimsically. "Please don't think me a pig," she said. "I shall never forget how you held the door open for me, Mr. Jim." "Oh, I say, don't!" protested the unhappy Jim, turning scarlet. "Now you're afraid I'm going to be sentimental, but I'm not. I'm going to polish the boards in the passage, and then you can give me another job. Lunch is cold to day. I've done all the cooking. Now, please don't," as Norah began to protest. "Dear me, if you only knew how nice it is to speak to someone again." She swooped upon Wally's tin of floor polish, scooped half of its contents into a lid with a hairpin, commandeered 2 cloths from a basket full of cleaning matters, and strode off. From the passage came a steady pounding that spoke of as much elbow grease as polish being applied. "Did you ever?" said Jim weakly. "Never," said Wally. "I say, I think she's a good sort." "So do I. But who'd have thought it?" "Poor old soul," said Norah. "She must be horribly dull. But after our first day I wouldn't have dared to make a remark to her, unless she'd condescended to address me first." "I should think you wouldn't," said Wally. "But she's really quite human when she tucks her claws in." "Oh, my aunt," said Jim, chuckling. "I'd give a month's pay to have seen the footman chuck her under the chin." They fell into convulsions of silent laughter. From the passage, as they regained composure, came a broken melody, punctuated by the dull pounding on the floor. Miss de Lisle, on her knees, had become sentimental, and warbled as she rubbed. "I do not ask for the heart of thy heart." "Why wouldn't you?" murmured Wally, with a rapt expression. "Any one who can make pikelets like you." "Be quiet, Wally," grinned Jim. "She'll hear you." "Not she. She's too happy. Listen. All that I ask for is all that may be. All that thou carest to give unto me. I do not ask—" Crash! Bang! Splash! "Heavens, what's happened?" exclaimed Jim. They rushed out. At the end of the passage Miss de Lisle and the irreproachable Allenby struggled in a heap, in an ever-widening pool of water that came from an overturned bucket lying a yard away. The family rushed to the rescue. Allenby got to his feet as they arrived, and dragged up the drenched cook lady. He was pale with apprehension. "I do beg your pardon, Mum," he gasped. "I hadn't an idea in me head that there was anyone there, least of all you on your knees. I just come backing out with the bucket." "I say, Miss de Lisle, are you hurt?" Jim asked anxiously. "Not a bit, which is queer, considering Allenby's weight," returned Miss de Lisle. "But it's just too funny, isn't it?" She broke into a shout of laughter, and the others, who had, indeed, been choking with repressed feeling, followed suit. Allenby, after a gallant attempt to preserve the correct demeanour of a butler, unchanged by any circumstance, suddenly bolted into the kitchen like a rabbit. They heard strange sounds from the direction of the sink. "But, I say, you're drenched," said Jim, when every one felt a little better. Miss de Lisle glanced at her stained and dripping overall. "Well, a little. I'll take this off," she said, suiting the action to the word, and appearing in a white blouse and grey skirt which suited her very much better than the roseate garment. "But my floor! And I had it so beautifully polished!" She raised her voice. "Allenby, what are you going to do about this floor?" "Indeed, Mum, I've made a pretty mess of it," said Allenby, reappearing. "You have, indeed," said she. "But I never expected to find you here a-polishing," said the bewildered ex-sergeant. "And I certainly never expected to find the butler scrubbing," retorted Miss de Lisle, at which Allenby's jam dropped, and he cast an appealing glance at Jim. "This is a working bee," said Jim promptly. "We're all in it, and no one else knows anything about it." "Not Mrs. Atkins, I hope, sir," said Allenby. "Certainly not. As for Sarah, she's out of it altogether." Allenby sighed, a relieved butler. "I'll see to the floor, sir," he said. "It's up to me, isn't it? And polish it after. I can easily slip down here for a couple of hours after lunch, when you're all out riding." "Then I really had better fly," said Miss de Lisle. "I am pretty wet, and there's lunch to think about." She looked at them in friendly fashion. "Thank you all very much," she said, and was gone with a kind of elephantine swiftness. The family returned to the dining room, leaving Allenby to grapple with the swamp in the passage. "Don't we have cheery adventures when we clean house?" said Wally happily. "I wouldn't have missed this morning for anything." "No, it has been merry and bright," Jim agreed. "And isn't the cook lady a surprise packet? I say, Nor, do you think you'd find a human side to Mrs. Atkins if we let Allenby fall over her with a bucket of water?" "'Fraid not," said Norah. "You can't find what doesn't exist," said Wally wisely. "Mrs. Atkins is only a walking cruet—sort of mixture of salt and vinegar." They told the story to Mr. Linton over the luncheon table, after Allenby had withdrawn. Nevertheless, the butler, listening from his pantry to the shouts of laughter from the morning room, had a fairly good idea of the subject under discussion, and became rather pink. "It's lovely in another way," Norah finished. "For you see, I thought Miss de Lisle wasn't human, but I was all wrong. She's rather a dear when you come to know her." "Yes," said her father thoughtfully. "But you'll have to be careful, Norah. You mustn't make any distinctions between her and Mrs. Atkins. It doesn't matter if Miss de Lisle's pedigree is full of dukes and bishops. Mrs. Atkins is the upper servant, and she'll resent it if you put Miss de Lisle on a different footing to herself." "Yes, I see," said Norah, nodding. "I'll do my best, Dad." Miss de Lisle, however, played the game. She did not encounter Norah often, and when she did it was in Mrs. Atkins's presence, and on these occasions she maintained an attitude of impersonal politeness which made it hard to realize that she and the butler had indeed bathed together on the floor of the cottage. She found various matters in her little sitting-room: an easy chair, a flowering pot plant, a pile of books that bore Norah's name, or Jim's. But she made no sign of having received them, except that Norah found on her table at night a twisted note in a masculine hand that said, "Thank you, C. D. L." As for Mrs. Atkins, she made her silent way about the house, sour and watchful, her green eyes rather resembling those of a cat, and her step as stealthy. Norah tried hard to talk to her on other matters than housekeeping, but found her so stolidly unresponsive that at last she gave up the attempt. Life, as she said to Wally, was too short to woo a cruet stand. The week flew by swiftly, every moment busy with work and plans for the Tired People to come. Mrs. Atkins, it was plain, did not like the scheme. She mentioned that it would make a great deal of work, and how did Norah expect servants in these days to put up with unexpected people coming at all sorts of hours? "But," said Norah, "that's what the house is for. My father and I would not want a house full of servants if we didn't mean to have a house full of people. What would we do with you all?" At which Mrs. Atkins sniffed, and replied haughtily that she had been in a place where there was only one lady, and she kept 11 servants. "More shame for her," said Norah. "Anyhow, we explained it all to you when we engaged you, Mrs. Atkins. If we weren't going to have people here we should still be living in London, in a flat. And if the servants won't do their work, we shall just have to get others who will." Which was a terrible effort of firmness for poor Norah, who inwardly hoped that Mrs. Atkins did not realize that she was shaking in her shoes. "Easier said than done, in war-time," said the housekeeper morosely. "Servants don't grow on gooseberry bushes now, and what they don't expect. Well, I don't know what the world's coming to." But Norah, feeling unequal to more, fled, and, being discovered by Wally and Jim with her head in her hands over an account book, was promptly taken out on Killaloe, the boys riding the cobs, which they untruthfully persisted that they preferred. Then came Tuesday morning, with early breakfast and the boys once more in khaki, and Jones in the carriage keeping the Browns moving in the chill air. Not such a hard parting as others they had known, since for the present there was no anxiety. But from the days when Jim used to leave Billabong for his Melbourne boarding school, good-bye morning had been a difficult one for the Lintons. They joked through it in their usual way. It was part of the family creed to keep the flag flying. "Well, you may have us back at any time as your first Tired People," said Wally, his keen face looking as though it never could grow weary. "Machine-gun courses must be very fatiguing, don't you think, Jim?" "Poor dears," said Norah feelingly. "We'll have a special beef tea diet for you, and bath chairs. Will he send you in an ambulance?" "Very likely. And then you'll be sorry you were so disrespectful, won't she, Mr. Linton?" "I'm afraid you can't count on it," said that gentleman, laughing. "Norah's bump of respect isn't highly developed, even for me. You'll write soon, Jim, and tell us how you get on, and what your next movements are." "Rather," answered Jim. "Don't let the lady of the house wear off all her curls over the accounts, will you, Dad? I'd hate to see her bald." "I'll keep an eye on her," said his father. "Now, boys, it's time you were off." They shook hands with Allenby, to his secret gratification. He closed the carriage door upon them, and stood back at attention as they drove off. From an upper window, unseen unfortunately, a figure in a red overall leaned, waving a handkerchief. The train was late, and they all stamped about the platform. It was a frosty morning. "Buck up, old kiddie," said Jim. "We'll be home in no time. And look after Dad." "Yes, rather," said Norah. "Send me all your socks when they want darning, which is every week." "Right." They looked at each other with the blank feeling of having nothing to say that comes on station platforms or on the decks of ships before the final bell rings. Then the train came in sight. The elderly porter, expectant of a tip, bustled mightily with suitcases and kit bags, and presently they were gone. The two brown faces hung out of the carriage window until the train disappeared round a curve. Norah and her father looked at each other. "Well, my girl," said he, "now I suppose we had better begin our job." They went out to the carriage. Just as they were getting in, the ancient porter hurried after them. "There's some people come by that train for you, sir." The Lintons turned. A thin man, with sad Irish eyes, was limping out of the station. Behind him came two girls. "Why, it's Con!" Norah cried. "It is, miss," said the chauffeur. "And the girls I have with me, Bridie and Katty." "But you didn't write," Mr. Linton said. "Well, indeed, I was that rushed, and we getting off," said Con. "But I give Patsy Burke the money, and told him to send the wire. But it's the way with Patsy, he'll likely think it'll do in a day or two as well as any time." And as a matter of fact, the telegram duly arrived 3 days later, by which time the new arrivals had shaken down, and there seemed some prospect of domestic peace in the home for Tired People. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Captain Jim. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captain Jim, by Mary Grant Bruce. Chapter 6. Kidnapping. Mrs. Hunt came slowly down the steps of a Park Lane mansion, now used as an officers' hospital. She was tired and dispirited. Her steps dragged as she made her way towards Piccadilly. Beneath her veil her pretty face showed white, with lines of anxiety deepening it. An officer, hurrying by, stopped and came eagerly to speak to her. "How are you, Mrs. Hunt? And how's the Major?" "Not very well," said Mrs. Hunt, answering the second part of the question. "The operation was more successful than any he has had yet. But there's been a good deal of pain, and he doesn't seem to pick up strength. The doctors say that his hand now depends a good deal upon his general health. He ought to live in the country, forget that there's a war on, and get thoroughly fit." She sighed. "It's so easy for doctors to prescribe these little things." "Yes, they all do it," said the other, a captain in Major Hunt's regiment. "May I go to see him, do you think?" "Oh, do," Mrs. Hunt answered. "It will cheer him up, and anything that will do that is good. He's terribly depressed, poor old boy." She said good-bye, and went on wearily. It was a warm afternoon for October. Norah Linton and her father had come up to London by an early train, and, after much shopping, had lunched at a little French restaurant in Soho, where they ate queer dishes and talked exceedingly bad French to the pretty waitress. It was 4 o'clock when they found themselves at the door of a dingy building in Bloomsbury. "Floor 3, the Hunts' flat, Daddy," said Norah, consulting a notebook. "I suppose there's a lift." There was a lift, but it was out of order. A grimy card, tucked into the lattice of the doorway, proclaimed the fact. So they mounted flight after flight of stairs, and finally halted before a doorway bearing Major Hunt's card. A slatternly maid answered their ring. "Mrs. Hunt's out," she said curtly. "Gone to see the Major." "Oh, will she be long?" "Don't think so. She's generally home about 4:30. Will you wait?" Norah looked at her father. "Oh yes, we'll wait," he said. They followed the girl into a narrow passage, close and airless, and smelling of Irish stew. Sounds of warfare came from behind the closed door. A child began to cry loudly, and the boy's voice was heard, angry and tired. The maid ushered the visitors into a dingy little drawing-room. Norah stopped her as she was departing. "Could I see the children?" The girl hesitated. "They're a bit untidy," she said sullenly. "I ain't had no time to clean 'em up. There ain't no one to take 'em for a walk to-day." "Oh, never mind how untidy they are," said Norah hastily. "Do send them in." "Oh, all right," said the girl. "You'll tell the missus it was you asked for them, won't you?" "Yes, of course." She went out, and the Lintons looked at each other, and then at the hopeless little room. The furniture was black horsehair, very shiny and hard and slippery. There was a gimcrack bamboo overmantel, with much speckled glass, and the pictures were of the kind peculiar to London lodging-houses, apt to promote indigestion in the beholder. There was one little window, looking out upon a blank courtyard and a dirty little side street, where children played and fought incessantly, and stray curs nosed the rubbish in the gutters in the hope of finding food. There was nothing green to be seen, nothing clean, nothing pleasant. "Oh, poor kiddies," said Norah under her breath. The door opened and they came in, not shyly. The London child is seldom shy, but frankly curious, and in the case of the elder two, with suspicion. 3 white-faced mites, as children well may be who have spent a London summer in a Bloomsbury Square. where the very pavements sweat tar, and the breathless, sticky heat is as cruel by night as by day. A boy of 6, straight and well grown, with dark hair and eyes, who held by the hand a small toddling person with damp rings of golden hair. Behind them a slender little girl, a little too shadowy for a mother's heart to be easy, with big brown eyes peeping elfishly from a cloud of brown curls. The boy spoke sullenly. "Eva told us to come in," he said. "We wanted you to take care of us," said Norah. "You see, your mother isn't here." "But we can't have tea," said the boy. "Eva says she isn't cleaned up yet, and besides there's no milk, and very likely Mother'll forget the cakes," she said. "But we don't want tea," said Norah. "We had a big lunch not so long ago. And besides, we've got something nicer than tea. It's in his pocket." She nodded at her father, who suddenly smiled in a way that made every child love him, and, fishing in his pocket, drew out a square white box, at sight of which the baby said delightedly, "Choc!" And a kind of incredulous wonder, rather pitiful to see, came into the eyes of Geoffrey and his sister. "There's a very difficult red ribbon on this," said Mr. Linton, fumbling with it. "I can't undo it." He smiled at little Alison. "You show me how." She was across the room in a flash, the baby at her heels, while Geoffrey made a slow step or two, and then stopped again. "But you don't undone it at all," she said. "It sticks on top. You breaks this paper," pointing to the seal, "and then it undones himself." "You're quite right," said Mr. Linton, as the lid came off. "So it does. How did you know?" "We did have lots of boxes when we lived with the regiment," said the small girl. "But now the regiment's in France, and Daddy doesn't have enough pennies for chocs." Her busy fingers tossed aside tissue paper and silver wrapping, until the brown rows of sweets were revealed. Then she put her hands by her sides. "Is we to have some?" "Oh, you poor little soul," said David Linton hurriedly, and caught her up on his knee. He held the box in front of her. "Now, which sort do you think is best for weeshy boys like that?" he asked, indicating the baby, who was making silent dives in the direction of the box. "And which do you like? And Geoffrey?" "Michael likes these." She fished out one carefully, and Michael fell upon it, sitting on the carpet that he might devour it at his ease. "And Geoff and me, oh, we likes any at all." "Then you shall have any at all." He held out his free hand. "Come on, Geoff." And the boy, who had hesitated, digging one foot into the carpet, suddenly capitulated and came. "Are you an officer?" he asked presently. "No, I'm too old," said David Linton. "But I have a big son who is one, and another boy too. What's their regiment?" "The same as your father's." "Truly?" A sparkle came into the boy's eyes. "I'm going to be in it some day." "Of course you will, and Michael too, I suppose. And then you'll fight the Germans. That is, if there is any left." "Daddy says there won't be, but I keep hoping there'll be just a few for me and Michael." "Alison wants some too," said that lady. "Wants to kill them with my revolver." "A nice young fire-eater you are," said Mr. Linton, laughing. "Girls can't kill Germans, silly," said Geoffrey scornfully. "They have to stop at home and make bandages." To which his sister replied calmly, "Shan't. I'm going to kill 4011," with an air of finality which seemed to end the discussion. Norah checked any further warlike reflections by finding a new layer of sweets as attractive as those on top, and the 3 heads clustered over the box in a pleasant anxiety of selection. The carriages on the Tube railway had been very stuffy that afternoon. Mrs. Hunt emerged thankfully from the crowded lift which shot up the passengers from underground. She came with slow step into the dusty street. The flat was not far away, that was one comfort. But she sighed impatiently as she entered the building, to be confronted with the "not working" legend on the lift. "Little wretch!" she said, alluding to the absent lift boy. "I'm sure he's playing pitch and toss round the corner." She toiled up the 3 long flights of stairs, her dainty soul revolting at their unswept dinginess. Stella Hunt had been brought up in a big house on a wind-swept Cumberland fell, and there was no day in crowded Bloomsbury when she did not long for the clean open spaces of her girlhood. She let herself into the flat with her latchkey. Voices came to her from the sitting-room, with a gurgle of laughter from little Michael. She frowned. Eva should not have let the children in there, she thought anxiously. They may do some damage. She opened the door hurriedly. No one noticed her for a moment. David Linton, with Alison on one knee and Geoffrey on the other, was deep in a story of kangaroo hunting. On the floor sat Norah, with Michael tucked into her lap, his face blissful as she told on his fat fingers the tale of the little pigs who went to market. The box of chocolates was on the table, its scarlet ribbon making a bright spot of colour in the drab room. The mother looked for a minute in silence, something of the weariness dying out of her eyes. Then Geoffrey looked up and saw her, a slight figure holding a paper bag. "Hello," he said. "I'm glad you didn't forget the cakes, 'cause we've got people to tea." Mr. Linton placed his burden on the hearth-rug and got up. "How are you, Mrs. Hunt? I hope you don't mind our taking possession like this. We wanted to get acquainted." "I could wish they were cleaner," said Mrs. Hunt, laughing, as she shook hands. "I've seldom seen 3 grubbier people. Geoff, dear, couldn't Eva have washed your face?" "She said she hadn't time," said Geoffrey easily. "We tried to wash Michael, but he only got more streaky." "Oh, please don't mind, Mrs. Hunt," Norah pleaded. "They've been such darlings." "I'm afraid I don't mind at all," said Mrs. Hunt, sitting down thankfully. "I've been picturing my poor babies tired to death of not being out, and then to come home and find them in the 7th heaven." She broke off, her lip quivering a little. "You're just as tired as you can be," said Norah. "Now you're going to rest, and Geoff will show me how to get tea." "Oh, I couldn't let you into that awful little kitchen," said Mrs. Hunt hastily. "And besides, I'm awfully sorry. I don't believe the milkman has been yet." "I could go to the milk shop round the corner with a jug," said Geoffrey anxiously. "Do let's, Mother." "Is there one?" Norah asked. "Now, Mrs. Hunt, do rest. Make her put her feet up on the sofa, Dad. And Geoff and I will go for milk, and I'll ask Eva to make tea. Can she?" "Oh, of course she can," said Mrs. Hunt, ceasing to argue the point. "But she's never fit to be seen." "That doesn't matter," said David Linton masterfully. "We've seen her once, and survived the shock. Just put your feet up and tell me all about your husband. Norah will see to things." Eva, however, was found to have risen to the situation. She had used soap and water with surprising effect, and now bloomed in a fresh cap and an apron that had plainly done duty a good many times, but, being turned inside out, still presented a decent front to the world. She scorned help in preparing tea, but graciously permitted Norah to wash the 3 children and brush their hair, and indicated where clean overalls may be found. Then, escorted by all 3, Norah sallied forth, jug in hand. and found not only the milk shop, but another where cakes and scones so clamoured to be bought that they all returned laden with paper bags. Eva had made a huge plate of buttered toast, so that the meal, which presently made its appearance on the big table in the drawing-room, might well have justified the query as to whether indeed war were in progress. Mrs. Hunt laughed rather mirthlessly. "I suppose I ought to protest, but I'm too tired," she said. "And it is very nice to be taken care of again. Michael, you should have bread and butter first." "There isn't any," said Alison with triumph. Norah was tucking a feeder under Michael's fat chin. "Now he's my boy for a bit, not yours at all, Mrs. Hunt," she said, laughing. "Forget them all. I'm going to be head nurse." And Mrs. Hunt lay back thankfully, and submitted to be waited on, while the shouts of laughter from the tea-table smoothed away a few more lines from her face, and made even Eva, feasting on unaccustomed cakes in the kitchen, smile grimly and murmur, "Lord, ain't they having a time!" Not until tea was over, and the children busy with picture books that had come mysteriously from another of his pockets, did David Linton unfold his plan. And then he did it somewhat nervously. "We want to take you all out of this, Mrs. Hunt," he said. "There's a little cottage, a jolly little thatched place, close to our house that is simply clamouring to have you all come and live in it. I think it will hold you all comfortably. Will you come?" Mrs. Hunt flushed. "Don't talk to poor Bloomsbury people of such heavenly things as thatched cottages," she said. "We have this horrible abode on a long lease, and I don't see any chance of leaving it." "Oh, never mind the lease, we'll sublet it for you," said Mr. Linton. He told her briefly of John O'Neill's bequest to Norah. "I want you to put it out of your head that you're accepting the slightest favour," he went on. "We feel that we only hold the place in trust. The cottage is there, empty, and indeed it is you who will be doing us the favour by coming to live in it." "Oh, I couldn't," she said breathlessly. "Just think of it, Mrs. Hunt." Norah knelt down by the hard little horsehair sofa. "There's a big lawn in front, and a summer-house where the babies could play, and a big empty attic for them on wet days, and heaps of fresh milk, and you could keep chickens. And the sitting-room catches all the sun, and when Major Hunt comes out of the hospital it will be so quiet and peaceful. He could lie out under the trees on fine days, on a rush lounge, and there are jolly woods for him to walk in." The poor wife caught her breath. "And he'd be such tremendous company for Dad, and I know you'd help me when I got into difficulties with my cook lady. There's a little stream, and a tiny lake, and— When is we going, Mother?" The question was Alison's, put with calm certainty. She and Geoffrey had stolen near, and were listening with eager faces. "Oh, my darling, I'm afraid we can't," said Mrs. Hunt tremulously. "But the big girl says we can. When is we going?" "Oh, Mother," said Geoffrey, very low. "Away from here." He caught her hand. "Oh, say we're going, Mother, darling." "Of course she'll say it," David Linton said. "The only question is, how soon can you be ready?" "Douglas is terribly proud," Mrs. Hunt said. "I am afraid I couldn't be proud, but he will never accept a favour. I know it would be no use to ask him." "Then we won't ask him," said David Linton calmly. "When does he leave the hospital?" "This day week, if he is well enough." "Then we'll have you comfortably installed long before that. We won't tell him a thing about it. On the day he's to come out I'll go for him in the motor and whisk him down to Homewood before he realizes where he's going." "Now, be sensible, Mrs. Hunt," as she tried to speak. "You know what this state is, how anxious you are. You told me all about it just now. Can you, in justice to him, refuse to come? Can you face bringing him back here?" Geoffrey suddenly burst into sobs. "Oh, don't, Mother," he choked. "You know he hates it. And trees and grass and woods and—" He hid his face in her arm. "And chickens," said Alison. "And ackits to play in." "You're in a hopeless minority, you see, Mrs. Hunt," said Mr. Linton. "You'll have to give in." Mrs. Hunt put her arms round the children who were pressing against her in their eagerness, whereupon Michael raised a wrathful howl and flung himself bodily upon them, ejaculating, "Wants to be hugged, too!" Over the three heads the mother looked up at her visitors. "Yes, I give in," she said. "I'm not brave enough not to. But I don't know what Douglas will say." "I'll attend to Douglas," said Mr. Linton cheerfully. "Now, how soon can you come?" He frowned severely. "There's to be no question of house-cleaning here. I'll put in people to do that. You'll have your husband to nurse next week, and I won't have you tiring yourself out beforehand. So you have only to pack." "Look, Mrs. Hunt." Norah was flushed with another brilliant idea. "Let us take the babies down today. I'm sure they will come with me. Then you and Eva will have nothing to do but pack up your things." "Oh, I couldn't," Mrs. Hunt began. "Ah, yes, you could." She turned to the children. "Geoff, will you all come with my Daddy and me, and get the cottage ready for Mother?" Geoffrey hesitated. "Would you come soon, Mother?" "I believe if I had nothing else to do, I could leave the flat tomorrow," Mrs. Hunt said, submitting. "Would you all be happy, Geoff, and very good?" "Yes, if you'd hurry up and come. You'll be a good kid, Alison, won't you?" "Yes," said Alison. "Will I see chickens?" "Ever so many," Norah said. "And Michael will be a darling, and we'll all sleep together in one big room and have pillow fights." "You had certainly better come soon, before your family's manners become ruined, Mrs. Hunt," said Mr. Linton, laughing. "Then you can really manage to get away tomorrow?" "Very well. I'll call for you about 5, if that will do?" "Yes, that will give me time to see Douglas first." "But you won't tell him anything?" "Oh, no. He would only worry. Of course, Mr. Linton, I shall be able to get up to see him every day." "We're less than an hour by rail," he told her, "and the trains are good. Now I think you had better pack up those youngsters, and I'll get a taxi." Norah helped to pack the little clothes, trying hard to remember instructions as to food and insistence on good manners. "Oh, I know you'll spoil them," said Mrs. Hunt resignedly. "Poor mites, they could do with a bit of spoiling. They have had a dreary year. But I think they will be good. They have been away with my sister sometimes, and she gives them a good character." The children said good-bye to their mother gaily enough. The ride in the motor was sufficient excitement to smooth out any momentary dismay at parting. Only Geoffrey sat up very straight, with his lips tightly pressed together. He leaned from the window, Norah gripping his coat anxiously. "You'll be true certain to come tomorrow, Mother?" "I promise," she said. "Good-bye, old son." "Mother always keeps her promises, so it's all right," he said, leaning back with a little smile. Alison had no worries. She sang "Hi, diddle, diddle" loud and clear as they rushed through the crowded streets. When a block in the traffic came, people on buses looked down, smiling involuntarily at the piping voice coming from the recesses of the taxi. As for Michael, he sat on Norah's knee and sucked his thumb in complete content. Jones met them at the end of the little journey. His lips involuntarily shaped themselves to a whistle of amazement as the party filed out of the station, though to the credit of his training be it recorded that no sound came. Geoffrey caught his breath with delight at the sight of the brown cobs. "Oh, are they yours?" "Yes, aren't they dears?" responded Norah. The boy caught her hand. "Oh, could I possibly sit in front and look at them?" Norah laughed. "Could he, Jones? Would you take care of him?" "He'd be as safe as in a cradle, Miss Norah," said Jones delightedly. "Come on up, sir, and I'll show you how to drive." Mr. Linton swung him up, smiling at the transfigured little face. Norah had already got her charges into the carriage. A porter stowed away their trunk, and the horses trotted off through the dusk. "I didn't ever want to get out," Geoffrey confided to Norah as they went up the steps to the open door of Homewood. "That kind man let me hold the end of the reins, and he says he'll show me more horses to-morrow." "There's a pony, too. We'll teach you to ride it," said Mr. Linton, whereat Geoffrey gasped with joy and became speechless. "Well, have you got them all tucked up?" asked Mr. Linton, when Norah joined him in the morning room an hour later. "Oh yes, they were so tired, poor mites. Bride helped me to bathe them, and we fed them all on bread and milk, with lots of cream. Michael demanded Mummy, but he was too sleepy to worry much. But, Dad, Jeff wants you badly to say good night. He says his own daddy always says it to him when he's in bed. Would you mind?" "Right," said her father. He went upstairs, with Norah at his heels, and tiptoed into the big room where two of his three small guests were already sleeping soundly. He looked very tall as he stood beside the little bed in the corner. Geoff's bright eyes peeped up at him. "It was awful good of you to come," he said sleepily. "Daddy does. He says, 'Good night, old chap, and God bless you.'" "Good night, old chap, and God bless you," said David Linton gravely. He held the small hand a moment in his own, and then, stooping, brushed his forehead with his lips. "God bless you," said Jeff's drowsy voice. "I'm going to ride the pony tomorrow." His words trailed off in sleep. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Captain Jim. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captain Jim by Mary Grant Bruce. Chapter 7. The Thatched Cottage. But for the narrow wide beds, you would hardly have thought that the big room was a hospital ward. In days before all the world was caught in a whirlpool of war, it had been a ballroom. A famous painter had made the vaulted ceiling an exquisite thing of palest blush roses and laughing cupids, tumbling among vine leaves and tendrils. The white walls bore long panels of the same design. There were no fittings for light visible. When darkness fell, the touch of a button flooded the room with a soft glow, coming from some unseen source in the carved cornice. The shining floor bore heavy Persian rugs, and there were tables heaped with books and magazines, and the nurses who flitted in and out were all dainty and good to look at. All about the room were splendid palms in pots, from giants 20 feet high to lesser ones, the graceful leaves of which could just catch the eye of a tired man in bed, fresh from the grim ugliness of the trenches. It was the palms you saw as you came in, not the beds here and there among them. A good many patients were up this afternoon, for this was a ward for semi-convalescents. Not all were fully dressed. They moved about in dressing gowns, or lay on the sofas, or played games at the little tables. One man was in uniform, Major Hunt, who sat in a big chair near his bed, and from time to time cast impatient glances at the door. "Wish we weren't going to lose you, Major," said a tall man in a purple dressing gown, who came up the ward with wonderful swiftness, considering that he was on crutches. "But I expect you're keen to go." "Oh, yes, though I'll miss this place." Major Hunt cast an appreciative glance down the beautiful room. "It has been great luck to be here. There are not many hospitals like this in England. But, well, even if home is only a beastly little flat in Bloomsbury, it is home, and I shall be glad to get back to my wife and the youngsters. I miss the kids horribly." "Yes, one does," said the other. "I dare say I'll find them something of a crowd on wet days, when they can't get out," said Major Hunt, laughing. "The flat is small, and my wretched nerves are all on edge, but I want them badly for all that. And it's rough on my wife to be so much alone. She has led a kind of wandering life since war broke out. Sometimes we've been able to have the kids with us, but not always." He stretched himself wearily. "Gad, how glad I'll be when the Boche is hammered, and we're able to have a decent home again." "We're all like that," said the other man. "I've seen my youngsters twice in the last year." "Yes, you're worse off than I am," said Major Hunt. He looked impatiently towards the door, fidgeting. "I wish Stella would come." But when the nurse brought him a summons presently, and he said good-bye to the ward and went eagerly down to the ground floor, in an electric lift worked by an earl's daughter in a very neat uniform, it was not his wife who awaited him in a little white and gold sitting-room, but a very tall man, looking slightly apologetic. "Your wife is perfectly well," said David Linton, checking the quick inquiry that rose to the soldier's lips. "But I persuaded her to give me the job of calling for you today. Our car is rather more comfortable than a taxi, and the doctor thought it would be a good thing for you to have a little run first." Major Hunt tried not to look disappointed, and failed signally. "It's awful good of you," he said courteously, "but I don't believe I'm up to much yet, and I'm rather keen on getting home. If you wouldn't mind going there direct?" David Linton cast an appealing look at the nurse who had accompanied her patient. She rose to the occasion promptly. "Now, Major Hunt," she protested. "Doctor's orders. You promised to take all the exercise you could, and a run in the car would be the very thing for you." "Oh, very well." Major Hunt's voice was resigned. David Linton leaned towards him. "I'll make it as short as I can," he said confidentially. They said good-bye, and emerged into Park Lane, where the big blue motor waited. "Afraid you must think me horribly rude," said the soldier as they started. "Fact is, I'm very anxious to see my youngsters. I don't know why, but Stella wouldn't bring them to the hospital to see me this last week. But it's certainly jolly to be out again." He leant back, enjoying the comfort of the swift car. "I suppose," he hesitated, "it would be altogether too much trouble to go round by the flat and pick up my wife and Geoff. They would love a run." "The flat, yes, the flat," said David Linton a little wildly. "I'm afraid—that is, we should be too early. Mrs. Hunt would not expect us so soon, and she meant to be out with all the children, shopping. Fatted calf for the prodigal's return, don't you know? Awfully sorry." "Oh, it's quite all right," said Major Hunt, looking rather amazed. "Only she doesn't generally take them all out. But of course it doesn't matter." "I'll tell you what," said his host, regaining his composure. "We'll take all of you out to-morrow. Mrs. Hunt and the 3 youngsters as well as yourself. The car will hold all." Major Hunt thanked him rather wearily. They sped on, leaving the outskirts of London behind them. Up and down long suburban roads, beyond the trail of motor buses, until the open country gleamed before them. The soldier took a long breath of the sweet air. "Gad, it's good to see fields again," he said. Presently he glanced at the watch on his wrist. "Nearly time to turn, don't you think?" he said. "I don't want Stella to be waiting long." "Very soon," said Mr. Linton. "Just a little more country air. The chauffeur has his orders. I won't keep you much longer." He racked his brains anxiously for a moment, and then plunged into a story of Australia. A story in which bushrangers, blacks and bushfires mingled so amazingly that it was impossible not to listen to it. Having once secured his hapless guest's attention, he managed to leave the agony of invention and to slide gracefully to cattle mustering, about which it was not necessary to invent anything. Major Hunt became interested, and asked a few questions, and they were deep in a comparison of the ways of handling cattle on an Australian run and a Texas ranch, when the car suddenly turned in at a pair of big iron gates and whirled up a drive fringed with trees. Major Hunt broke off in the middle of a sentence. "Hallo! Where are we going?" "I have to stop at a house here for an instant," said Mr. Linton. "Just a moment. I won't keep you." Major Hunt frowned. He was tired. The car was wonderfully comfortable, but the rush through the keen air was wearying to a semi-invalid. And he was conscious of a feeling of suppressed irritation. He wanted to be home. The thought of the hard little sofa in the London flat suddenly became tempting. He could lie there and talk to the children, and watch Stella moving about. Now they were miles into the country, long miles, that must be covered again before he was back in Bloomsbury. He bit his lips to restrain words that might not seem courteous. "I should really be very grateful if—" He stopped. The car had turned into a side avenue. He caught a glimpse of a big, many-gabled house away to the right. Then they turned a corner, and the car came to a standstill with the bonnet almost poking into a great clump of rhododendrons. There was a thatched cottage beside them, and round the corner tore a small boy in a sailor suit, with his face alight with a very ecstasy of welcome. "Daddy! Oh, Daddy!" "Geoff?" said Major Hunt, amazedly. "But how? I don't understand." There were other people coming round the corner. His wife, tall and slender, with her eyes shining. Behind her, Norah Linton, with Alison trotting beside her, and Michael perched on one shoulder. At sight of his father, Michael drummed with his heels to Norah's great discomfort, and uttered shrill squeaks of joy. "Come on," said Geoffrey breathlessly, tugging at the door. "Come on! They're all here." "Come on, Hunt," said David Linton, jumping out. "Let me help you. Mind your hand." "I suppose I'll wake up in a moment," said Major Hunt, getting out slowly. "At present, it's a nice dream. I don't understand anything. How are you, Miss Linton?" "You don't need to wake up," said his wife, in a voice that shook a little. Her brave eyes were misty. "Only you're home." is the loveliest home, Daddy." Geoff's hand was in his father's, pulling him on. "There's chickens," said Alison, with a high pipe. "An' an attic with toys." "She means an attic," said Geoffrey scornfully. "Come on, Daddy, we've got such heaps to show you." Somehow they found themselves indoors. Norah and her father had disappeared. They were all together, father, mother, and babies, in a big room flooded with sunlight. A room covered with a thick red matting, with heavy rugs on it. A room with big easy chairs and gate-legged tables, and a wide couch heaped with bright cushions, drawn close to an open casement. There was a fire of logs, crackling cheerily in the wide fireplace. There were their own belongings: photographs, books, his own pipe-rack and tobacco jar. There were flowers everywhere, smiling a greeting. Teacups and silver sparkled on a white cloth. A copper kettle bubbled over a spirit lamp. And there were his own people clinging round him, welcoming, holding him wherever little hands could grasp. The babies, fresh, clean, even rosy. His wife's face, no longer tired. And there was no Bloomsbury anywhere. Major Hunt sat down on the sofa, disentangled Michael from his leg, and lifted him with his good arm. "It isn't a dream, really, I suppose, Stella?" he said. "I won't wake up presently. I don't want to." "No, it's just a blessed reality," she told him, smiling. "Hang up Daddy's cap, Geoff. Steady, Alison, darling. Mind his hand. Don't worry about anything, Douglas. Only you're home." "I don't even want to ask questions," said her husband in the same dazed voice. "I find one has no curiosity when one suddenly gets to heaven. We won't be going away from heaven, though, will we?" "No, we're permanent residents," she told him, laughing. "Now, get comfy. We'll all have tea together." "Teas is lovely here," confided Alison to him. "They's cream and cakes every day, and the chickens make real eggs, in nests. And I can ride a pony, Daddy." Geoffrey's voice was quivering with pride. He stood by the couch, an erect little figure. "Why, he's grown ever so much," said Major Hunt. "They've all grown. You too, my little fat Michael. I left white-faced babies in that beastly flat. And you too." She bent over him. "Your dear eyes have forgotten the old war," he said, very low. There was a heavy knock at the door. Entered Eva, resplendent in a butterfly cap and an apron so stiffly starched that it stood away resentfully from her figure. By no stretch of imagination could Eva ever have been called shy, but she had a certain amount of awe for her master, and found speech in his presence a little difficult. But on this occasion it was evident that she felt that something was demanded of her. She put her burden of buttered toast on a trivet in the fender, and said breathlessly, "'Ope I see you're well, sir. And ain't this a nice surprise?" "Thank you, Eva. Yes," said Major Hunt. Whereat the handmaiden withdrew, her heavy tread retreating to the kitchen to the accompaniment of song. "Oh, oh, oh, it's a lovely war." "I didn't know her for a moment," Major Hunt said, laughing. "You see, she never had less than 6 smuts on her face in Bloomsbury. She's transformed, like all of you in this wonderful dream." "Tea isn't a dream," said his wife. She made it in a silver teapot, and they all fluttered about him, persuading him to eat, and made his tea a matter of some difficulty, since all 3 children insisted on getting as close to him as possible, and he had but one good hand. He did not mind. Once, as his wife brought him a refilled cup, she saw him lean his face down until it rested for a moment on the gold rings of Michael's hair. It was with some anxiety that Norah and her father went to call on their guest next morning. "What will we do if he's stiff-necked and proud, Dad?" Norah asked. "I simply couldn't part with those babies now." "Let's hope he won't be," said her father. "But if the worst comes to worst, we could let him pay us a little rent for the place. We could give the money to the Red Cross, of course." "H'm," said Norah, wrinkling her nose expressively. "That would be horrid. It would spoil all the idea of the place." But they found Major Hunt surprisingly meek. "I daresay that if you had propounded the idea to me at first, I should have said no, flatly," he admitted. "But I haven't the heart to disturb them all now. And, frankly, I'm too thankful. If you'll let me pay you rent——" "Certainly not," said Mr. Linton, looking astonished and indignant. "We don't run our place on those lines. Just put it out of your head that we have anything to do with it. You're taking nothing from us, only from a man who died very cheerfully because he was able to do 5 minutes' work towards helping the war. He's helping it still, if his money makes it easier for fellows like you. And I believe, wherever he is, he knows, and is glad." "But there are others who may need it more," said Hunt weakly. "If there are, I haven't met them yet," Mr. Linton responded. He glanced out of the window. "Look there now, Hunt." Norah had slipped away, leaving the men to talk. Now she came riding up the broad gravel path across the lawn, on the black pony, leading the fat Welsh pony, with Geoffrey on his back. The small boy sat very straight, with his hands well down. His flushed little face sought anxiously for his father's at the window. Major Hunt uttered a delighted exclamation. "I didn't know my urchin was so advanced," he said. "Well done, old son." He scanned him keenly. "He doesn't sit too badly, Mr. Linton?" "He's not likely to do so, with Norah as his teacher. But Norah says he doesn't need much teaching, and that he has naturally good hands. She's proud of him." "I think," said Mr. Linton, laughing, "that they have visions of hunting together this winter." "I must go out and see him," said the father, catching up his cap. Mr. Linton watched him cross the lawn with quick strides, and turned to find Mrs. Hunt at his elbow. "Well, he doesn't look much like an invalid, madam," he said, smiling. "He's not like the same man," she said, with grateful eyes. "He slept well, and ate a huge breakfast. Even the hand is less painful. And he's so cheery. Oh, I'm so thankful to you for kidnapping us." "Indeed, it's you that we have to thank," he told her. "You gave us our first chance of beginning our job." End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Captain Jim. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captain Jim, by Mary Grant Bruce. Chapter 8. Assorted Guests. "I beg your pardon. Is this Homewood?" Norah, practicing long puts at a hole on the far side of the terrace, turned with a start. The questioner was in uniform, bearing a captain's 3 stars. He was a short, strongly built young man, with a square, determined face. "Yes, this is Homewood," she answered. "Did you—have you come to see my father?" "I wrote to him last week," the officer said. "From France. It's Miss Linton, isn't it? I'm in your brother's regiment. My name is Garrett." "Oh, I've heard Jim speak of you ever so many times!" she cried. She put out her hand, and felt it taken in a close grasp. "But we haven't had your letter. Dad would have told me if one had come." Captain Garrett frowned. "What a nuisance!" he ejaculated. "Letters from the front are apt to take their time, but I did think a week would have been long enough. I wrote directly I knew my leave was coming. You see, your brother told me——" He stopped awkwardly. Intelligence suddenly dawned upon Norah. "Why, you're a tired person!" she exclaimed, beaming. "Not at all, I assure you," replied he, looking a trifle amazed. Norah laughed. "I don't mean quite that," she said. "At least, I'll explain presently. But you have come to stay, haven't you? Well, your brother was good enough to——" He paused again. "Yes, of course. Jim told you we wanted you to come. This is the Home for Tired People, you see. We want to get as many of you as we can and make you fit. And you're our very first in the house, which will make it horribly dull for you." "Indeed it won't," said Garrett gallantly. "Well, we'll do our best for you. I'm so very sorry you weren't met. Did you leave your luggage at the station?" "Yes. You're quite sure it's convenient to have me, Miss Linton? I could easily go back to London." "Good gracious, no!" said Norah. "Why, you're a godsend. We weren't justifying our name. But you will be dull to-day, because Dad has gone to London and there's only me." Norah's grammar was never her strong point. "And little Geoff Hunt was coming to lunch with me. Will it bore you very much to have a small boy here?" "Rather not," said Garrett. "I like them. Got some young brothers of my own in Jamaica." "Well, that's all right. Now come in, and Allenby will show you your room. The car will bring your things up when it goes to meet Dad." Norah had often rehearsed in her own mind what she would do when the first Tired Person came. The rooms were all ready, in assorted sizes, Allenby said. Norah had awful visions of 8 or 10 guests arriving together, and in her own mind characterized the business of allotting them to their rooms as a nasty bit of drafting. But the first guest had tactfully come alone, and there was no doubt that he deserved the blue room. A delightful little corner room looking south and west, with dainty blue hangings and wallpaper, and a big couch that beckoned temptingly to a tired man. Captain Garrett had had 14 months in France without a break. He had spent the previous night in the leave train, only pausing in London for a hasty clean-up. The lavender-scented blue room was like a glimpse of heaven to him. He did not want to leave it, only that downstairs Jim Linton's sister awaited him, and it appeared that the said sister was a very jolly girl, with a smile like her brother's cheerful grin, and a mop of brown curls framing a decidedly attractive face. Bob Garrett decided that there were better things than even the blue room, and, having thankfully accepted Allenby's offer of a hot tub, presently emerged from the house, much improved in appearance. This time Norah was not alone. A small boy was with her, who greeted the newcomer with coolness, and then suddenly fell upon him excitedly, recognizing the badge on his collar. "You're in Daddy's regiment!" he exclaimed. "Am I?" Garrett smiled at him. "Who is Daddy?" "He's Major Hunt," said Geoff, and had the satisfaction of seeing the new officer become as eager as he could have wished. "By Jove! Truly, Miss Linton, does Major Hunt live here? I'd give something to see him." "He lives just round the corner of that bush," said Norah, laughing. She indicated a big rhododendron. "Is he at home, Geoff?" "No, he's gone to London," Geoff answered. "But he'll be back for tea." "Then we'll go and call on Mrs. Hunt and ask her if we may come to tea," Norah said. They strolled off, Geoff capering about them. "I don't know Mrs. Hunt," Garrett said. "You see, I only joined the regiment when war broke out. I had done a good bit of training, so they gave me a commission among the first. I didn't see such a lot of the Major, for he was doing special work in Ireland for a while. But he was a regular brick to me. We're all awfully sick about his being smashed up." "But he's going to get better," Norah said cheerfully. "He's ever so much better now." They came out in front of the cottage, and discovered Mrs. Hunt playing hide and seek with Alison and Michael, with Alison much worried by Michael's complete inattention to anything in the shape of a rule. Michael, indeed, declined to be hit, and played on a steady line of his own, which consisted in toddling after his mother whenever she was in sight, and catching her with shrill squeaks of joy. It was perfectly satisfactory to him, but somewhat harassing to a stickler for details. Mrs. Hunt greeted Garrett warmly. "Douglas has often talked about you. You're from Jamaica, aren't you?" she said. "He will be so delighted that you have come. Yes, of course you must come to tea, Norah. I'd ask you to lunch, only I'm perfectly certain there isn't enough to eat. And Geoff would be so disgusted at being done out of his lunch with you. Which makes me think it's not really your society he wants, but the fearful joy of Allenby behind his chair." "I don't see why you should try to depress me," Norah laughed. "Well, we'll all go up for a ride after lunch and get back in time for tea, if you'll put up with me in a splashed habit. The roads are very muddy." "You ride, I suppose, Captain Garrett?" "Oh yes, thanks," Garrett answered. "It's the only fun I've had in France since the battalion went back into billets. A benevolent gunner used to lend me a horse, both of us devoutly hoping that I wouldn't be caught riding it." "Was it a nice horse?" Geoffrey demanded. "Well, you wouldn't call it perfect, old chap. I think it was suffering from shell shock. Anyhow, it had nerves. It used to shake all over when it saw a staff officer." He grinned. "Or perhaps I did. On duty, that horse was as steady as old Time. But when it was alone, it jumped out of its skin at anything and everything. However, it was great exercise to ride it." "We'll give him Killaloe this afternoon, Geoff," said Norah. "Come on, and we'll show him the stables now." They bade au revoir to Mrs. Hunt and sauntered towards the stables. On the way appeared a form in a print frock, with flying cap and apron strings. "Did you want me, Katty?" Norah asked. "There's a telegram after coming, miss, on a bicycle, and the boy's waiting." Norah knitted her brows over the sheet of flimsy paper. "There's no answer, Katty. Tell the boy." She turned to Garrett, laughing. "You're not going to be our only guest for long. Dad says he's bringing 2 people down tonight, Colonel and Mrs. West. Isn't it exciting? I'll have to leave you to Geoff while I go and talk to the housekeeper. Geoff, show Captain Garrett all the horses. Jones is at the stables." "Right," said Geoffrey, bursting with importance. "Come along, Captain Garrett. I'll let you pet my pony, if you like." Mrs. Atkins looked depressed at Norah's information. "Dear me, and dinner ordered for 3," she said sourly. "It makes a difference. And of course I really had not reckoned on more than you and Mr. Linton." "I can telephone for anything you want," said Norah meekly. "The fish will not be sufficient," said the housekeeper, "and other things likewise. I must talk to the cook. It would be so much easier if one knew earlier in the day. And rooms to get ready, of course?" "The big pink room with the dressing-room," Norah said. "Oh, I suppose the maids can find time. Those Irish maids have no idea of regular ways. I found Bride helping to catch a fowl this morning, when she should have been polishing the floor. Now I must throw them out of routine again." Norah suppressed a smile. She had been a spectator of the spirited chase after the truant hen, ending with the appearance of Mrs. Atkins, full of cold wrath. And she had heard Bride's comment afterwards. "Is it her, with her old routine? Yerra, that one wouldn't put a hand to a hin, and it escaping." "Yes," said Mrs. Atkins, "extraordinary ways. Very untrained, I must say." "But you find that they do their work, don't they?" Norah asked. "Oh, after a fashion," said the housekeeper, with a sniff, unwilling to admit that Bride and Katty got through more work in 2 hours than Sarah in one morning. "We're never unwilling, and accepted any and every job with the utmost cheerfulness. Their ways aren't my ways. Very well, Miss Linton, I'll speak to the cook." Feeling somewhat battered, Norah escaped. In the hall she met Katty, who jumped, and then broke into a smile of relief. "I thought 'twas the old thing herself," she explained. "She'd ate the face off me if she found me here again. 'Tis only yesterday she was explaining to me that the kitchen maid has no business in the hall at all. But Bridie was telling me you've the grandest old head of an Irish elk here, and I thought I'd risk her to get a sight of it." "It's over there," Norah said, pointing to a mighty pair of horns on the wall behind the girl. Katty looked at it in silence. "It's queer to think of the days when them great things walked the plains of Ireland," she said at length. "Thank you, miss. It done me good to see it." "How are you getting on, Katty?" Norah asked. "Yerra, the best in the world," said Katty cheerfully. "Miss de Lisle's that kind to me. I'll be the great cook some day, if I keep on watching her. She's not like the fine English cooks I've heard of, that'd no more let you see how they made so much as a pudding than they'd fly over the moon. 'Tis Bridie has the bad luck to be housemaid." Norah knew why, and sighed. There were moments when her housekeeper seemed a burden too great to be borne. "But Mr. Allenby's very pleasant with her, and she says once you find out that Sarah isn't made of wood, she's not so bad. She found that out when she let fly a pillow at her, and they bet-making," said Katty, with a joyous twinkle. "'Tis herself had great courage to do that same, hadn't she now, miss?" "She had indeed," Norah said, laughing. The spectacle of the stiff Sarah, overwhelmed with a sudden pillow, was indeed staggering. "And then haven't we Con to cheer us if we get lonely?" said Katty. "And Mr. Jones, and the groom, they're very friendly. And the money we'll have to send home. But you'd be wishful for Ireland, no matter how happy you'd be." The telephone rang sharply, and Norah ran to answer it. It was Jim. "That you, Nor?" said his deep voice. "Good. I'm in a hurry. I say, can you take in a tired person tonight?" Norah gasped. "Oh, certainly," she said grimly. "Who is it, Jimmy? Not you or Wally?" "No such luck," said her brother. "It's a chap I met last night. He's just out of a convalescent home, and a bit down on his luck." His voice died away in a complicated jumble of whir and buzz. The bell rang frantically, and Norah, like thousands of other people, murmured her opinion of the telephone and all its works. "Are you there?" she asked. "Buzz," said the telephone. Norah waited a little, anxiously debating whether it would be more prudent to ring up herself and demand the last speaker, or to keep quiet and trust to Jim to regain his connection. Finally she decided to ring, and was just about to put down the receiver when Jim's voice said, "Are you there?" in her ear sharply, and once more collapsed into a whir. She waited again, in dead silence. At last she rang. Nothing happened, so she rang again. "Number, please?" said a bored voice. "Some one was speaking to me. You've cut me off," said Norah frantically. "I've been trying to get you for the last 10 minutes. You shouldn't have rung off," said the voice coldly. "Wait, please." Norah swallowed her feelings and waited. "Hello, hello, hello." "Oh, is that you, Norah?" said Jim, his tone crisp with feeling. "Isn't this an unspeakable machine? And I'm due in 3 minutes. I must fly. Sure you can have Hardress? He'll get to you by 6:45. Are you all well?" "Yes, we're all right. Sorry. I'll get told off horribly if I'm late. Goodbye." Norah hung up the receiver and stood pondering. She wished the telephone had not chosen to behave so abominably. Only the day before, Wally had rung her up, and had spent quite half an hour in talking cheerful nonsense, without any hindrance at all. Norah wished she knew a little more about her new case. If he were very weak, if special food were needed. It was very provoking. Also, there was Mrs. Atkins to be faced. Not a prospect to be put off, since, like taking Gregory's powder, the more you looked at it, the worse it got. Norah stiffened her shoulders, and marched off to the housekeeper's room. "Oh, Mrs. Atkins," she said pleasantly, "there's another officer coming this evening." Mrs. Atkins turned, cold surprise in her voice. "Indeed, miss. And will that be all, do you think?" "I really don't know," said Norah recklessly. "That depends on my father, you see. Oh, may I ask which room is to be prepared?" "The one next Captain Garrett's, please. I can do it, if the maids are too busy." Mrs. Atkins froze yet more. "I should very much rather you did not, miss, thank you," she said. "Just as you like," said Norah. "Con can take a message for anything you want. He is going to the station." "Thank you, miss. I have already telephoned for larger supplies," said the housekeeper. The conversation seemed to have ended, so Norah departed. What did she ever come for? She asked herself desperately. If she didn't want to housekeep, why does she go out as a housekeeper? Turning a corner, she met the butler. "Oh, Allenby," she said, "we'll have quite a houseful tonight." She told him of the unexpected arrivals, half expecting to see his face fall. Allenby, on the contrary, beamed. "It'll be almost like waiting in mess," he said. "When you're used to officers, miss, you can't get on very well without them." He looked in a fatherly fashion at Norah's anxious face. "All the arrangements made, I suppose, miss?" "Oh, yes, I think they're all right," said Norah, feeling anything but confident. "Allenby, I don't know much about managing things. Do you think it's too much for the house?" "No, miss, it isn't," Allenby said firmly. "Just you leave it all to me, and don't worry. Nature made some people bad-tempered, and they can't help it. I'll see that things are all right. And as for dinner, all that worries Miss de Lisle, as a rule, is that she ain't got enough cooking to do." He bent the same fatherly glance on her that evening, as she came into the hall when the hoot of the motor told that her father and his consignment of Tired People were arriving. Norah had managed to forget her troubles during the afternoon. A long ride had been followed by a very cheerful tea at Mrs. Hunt's, from which she and Garrett had returned only in time for Norah to slip into a white frock and race downstairs to meet her guests. She hoped, vaguely, that she looked less nervous than she felt. The hall door opened, letting in a breath of the cold night air. "Ah, Norah! This is my daughter, Mrs. West." She heard her father's voice, and then she was greeting a stout lady and a grey-haired officer. "Dear me," said the lady. I expected some one grown up. How brave! Fancy you, only— What is it? A flapper! And don't you hate us all very much? I should, I'm sure." Over her shoulder Norah caught a glimpse of her father's face, set in grim lines. She checked a sudden wild desire to laugh, and murmured something civil. "Our hostess, Algernon," said the stout lady, and Norah shook hands with Colonel West, who was short and stout and pompous, and said explosively, "Haw! Delighted! Cold night, what?" Which had the effect of making his hostess absolutely speechless. Somehow, with the assistance of Allenby and Sarah, the newcomers were drafted to their rooms, and Norah and her father sought cover in the morning-room. "You look worn, Daddy," said his daughter, regarding him critically. "I feel it," said David Linton. He sank into an armchair and felt hurriedly for his pipe. "Haven't had a chance of a smoke for hours. They're a little trying, I think, Norah." "Where did you get them?" Norah asked, perching on the arm of his chair, and dropping a kiss on the top of his head. "From the hospital where the boys were. Colonel West has been ill there. Brain fever, Mrs. West says, but he doesn't look like it. Anyhow, they're hard up, I believe. Their home is broken up, and they have 5 or 6 children at school, and a boy in Gallipoli. They seemed very glad to come." "Well, that's all right," said Norah practically. "We can't expect to have everyone as nice as the Hunts." "But they're not the only ones, Dad. Captain Garrett is here, and Jim is sending someone called Hardress by the 6:45. Unfortunately, the telephone didn't allow Jim to mention what he is. I hope he isn't a brigadier." "I don't see Jim hobnobbing to any extent with brigadiers," said her father. "I say, this is rather a shock. 4 in a day." "Yes, business is looking up," said Norah, laughing. "Captain Garrett is a dear, and he can ride, Dad. I had him out on Killaloe. I'm a little uneasy about the Hardress person, because he's just out of a convalescent home, and Jim seemed worried about him. But the telephone went mad, and Jim was in a hurry, so I didn't get any details. Oh well, we'll look after him. How's the household staff standing the invasion?" "Everyone's very happy except Mrs. Atkins, and she is plunged in woe. Even Sarah seems interested. I haven't dared to look at Miss de Lisle, but Allenby says she is cheerful." "Has Mrs. Atkins been unpleasant?" "Well," said Norah, and laughed. "You wouldn't call her exactly a bright spot in the house. But she has seen to things, and that is all that counts." "I won't have that woman worry you," said Mr. Linton firmly. "I won't have you worried about anything," said Norah. "Don't think about Mrs. Atkins, or you won't enjoy your tea. And here's Allenby." "Tea!" said Mr. Linton as the butler entered, bearing a little tray. "I thought I was too late for such a luxury, but I must say I'm glad of it." "I sent some upstairs, sir," said Allenby, placing a little table near his master. "Just a little toast, sir, it being so late. And if you please, Miss de Lisle would be glad if you could spare a moment in the kitchen." The cook lady, redder than ever, was mixing a mysterious compound in a bowl. Katty, hugely important, darted hither and thither. A variety of savoury smells filled the air. "I just wanted to tell you," said Miss de Lisle confidentially, "that I'm making a special souffle of my own, and Allenby will put it in front of you. Promise me," she leaned forward earnestly, "to use a thin spoon to help it, and slide it in edgeways as gently as if you were stroking a baby. It's just a perfect thing. I wouldn't sleep to-night if you used a heavy spoon and plunged it in as if it were a suet pudding." "I won't forget," Norah promised her, resisting a wild desire to laugh. "That's a dear," said the cook lady, disregarding the relations of employer and employed in the heat of professional enthusiasm. "And you'll help it as quickly as possible, won't you? It will be put on the table after all the other sweets. Every second will be of importance." She sighed. A soufflé never gets a fair chance. It ought, of course, to be put on a table beside the kitchen range, and cut within 2 seconds of leaving the oven, with a hot spoon. She sighed tragically. "We'll do our best for it," Norah promised her. "I'm sure it will be lovely. Shall I come and tell you how it looked afterwards?" Miss de Lisle beamed. "Now that will be very kind of you," she said. "It's so seldom that anyone realizes what these things mean to the cook. A soufflé like this is an inspiration, like a sonata to a musician. But no one ever dreams of the cook, and the most you can expect from a butler is— Oh, it got very nice, ma'am, I'm sure. Very nice." She made a despairing gesture. "But some people would call Chopin very nice." "Miss de Lisle," said Norah earnestly, "some day, when we haven't any guests, and Dad goes to London, we'll give every one else a holiday, and you and I will have lunch here together, and we'll have that soufflé, and eat it beside the range." For a moment Miss de Lisle had no words. "Well," she said at length explosively, "and I was so horrible to you at first." To Norah's amazement and dismay a large tear trickled down one cheek, and her mouth quivered like a child's. "Dear me, how foolish I am!" said the poor cook lady, rubbing her face with her overall, and thereby streaking it most curiously with flour. "Thank you very much, my dear. Even if we never manage it, I won't forget that you said it." Norah found herself patting the stalwart shoulder. "Indeed, we'll manage it," she said. "Now don't you worry about anything but that lovely soufflé." "Oh, the soufflé is assured now," said Miss de Lisle, beating her mixture scientifically. "Now I shall have beautiful thoughts to put into it. You have no idea what that means. Now, if I sat here mixing and thought of, say, Mrs. Atkins, it would probably be as heavy as lead." She sighed. "I believe, Miss Linton, I could teach you something of the real poetry of cooking. I'm sure you have the right sort of soul." Norah looked embarrassed. "Jim says I've no soul beyond mustering cattle," she said, laughing. "We'll prove him wrong, some day, Miss de Lisle, shall we? Now I must go. The motor will be back presently." She turned, suddenly conscious of a baleful glance. "Oh, Mrs. Atkins," she said feebly. "I came," said Mrs. Atkins stonily, "to see if any help was needed in the kitchen. Perhaps, as you are here, miss, you will be so good as to ask the cook." "Oh, nothing, thank you," said Miss de Lisle airily, over her shoulder. Mrs. Atkins sniffed and withdrew. "That's done it, hasn't it?" said the cook lady. "Well, don't worry, my dear. I'll see you through anything." A white-capped head peeped in. "This yourself has all the luck of the place, Katty O'Gorman," said Bride enviously. "And that Sarah won't give me so much as a look in above. If it was to turn down the beds itself, it's as much as she'll do to let me. Could I give you a hand here at all, Miss de Lisle? God help us, there's Miss Norah! If 'tis the way you'd but let her baste the turkey for a minute, she'd go upstairs rested in herself," said Katty in a loud whisper. "The creature's destroyed with being out of all the fun." "Oh, come in, if you're not afraid of Mrs. Atkins," said Miss de Lisle. Norah had a vision of Bride, ecstatically grasping a basting ladle as she made her own escape. Allenby was just shutting the hall door as she turned the corner. A tall man in a big military greatcoat was shaking hands with her father. "Here's Captain Hardress, Norah." Norah found herself looking up into a face that at first glance she thought one of the ugliest she had ever seen. Then the newcomer smiled, and suddenly the ugliness seemed to vanish. "It's too bad to take you by storm this way, but your brother wouldn't hear of anything else." "Of course not," said Mr. Linton. "My daughter was rather afraid you might be a brigadier. She loses her nerve at the idea of pouring tea for anything above a colonel." "Indeed, a colonel's bad enough," said Norah ruefully. "I'm accustomed to people with 1 or 2 stars. Even 3 are rather alarming." She shot a glance at his shoulder, laughing. "I'm sure you're not half as alarmed as I was at coming," said Captain Hardress. "I've been so long in hospital that I've almost forgotten how to speak to any one except doctors and nurses." His face, that lit up so completely when he smiled, relapsed into gloom. "Well, you mustn't stand here," said Norah. "Please tell me if you'd like dinner in your room, or if you'd rather come down." She had a sudden vision of Mrs. West's shrill voice, and decided that she might be tiring to this man with the gaunt, sad face. Hardress hesitated. "I think you'd better stay upstairs," said David Linton. "Just for tonight, till you feel rested. I'll come and smoke a pipe with you after dinner, if I may." "I should like that awfully," said Hardress. "Well, if you're sure it would not be too much trouble, Miss Linton." "It's not a scrap of trouble," she said. "Allenby will show you the way. See that Captain Hardress has a good fire, Allenby, and take some papers and magazines up." She looked sadly after the tall figure as it limped away. He was not much older than Jim, but his face held a world of bitter experience. "You mustn't let the Tired People make you unhappy, mate," said her father. He put his arm round her as they went into the drawing-room to await their guests. "Remember, they wouldn't be here if they didn't need help of some sort." "I won't be stupid," said Norah. "But he has such a sorry face, Dad, when he doesn't smile." "Then our job is to keep him smiling," said David Linton practically. There came a high-pitched voice in the hall, and Mrs. West swept in, her husband following at her heels. To Norah's inexperienced eyes, she was more gorgeous than the Queen of Sheba, in a dress of sequins that glittered and flashed with every movement. Sarah, who had assisted in her toilette, reported to the kitchen that she didn't take much stock in a dress that was moulting its sequins for all the world like an old hen. But Norah saw no deficiencies, and was greatly impressed by her guest's magnificence. She was also rather overcome by her eloquence, which had the effect of making her feel speechless. Not that that greatly mattered, as Mrs. West never noticed whether anyone else happened to speak or remain silent, so long as they did not happen to drown her own voice. "Such a lovely room," she twittered. "So comfortable, and I feel sure there is an exquisite view. And a fire in one's bedroom, in wartime! Dear me, I feel I ought to protest, only I haven't sufficient moral courage. And those pine logs are too delicious. Perhaps you are burning your own timber?" "Ah, I thought so. That makes it easier for me to refrain from prodding up my moral courage. Ha, ha!" Norah hunted for a reply, and failed to find one. "And you are actually Australians," Mrs. West ran on. "So interesting. I always do think that Australians are so original, so quaintly original. It must be the wild life you lead, so unlike dear, quiet little England. Bushrangers and savage natives, and gold mining. How I should like to see it all!" "Oh, you would find other attractions as well, Mrs. West," Mr. Linton told her. "The wild life in savage places phase of Australian history is rather a back number." "Oh, quite, quite," agreed his guest. "We stay-at-homes know so little of the other side of the world. But we are not aloof, not uninterested. We recognize the fascination of it all. The glamour. Yes, the glamour. Gordon's poems bring it all before one, do they not? Such a true Australian. You must be very proud of him." "We are. But he wasn't an Australian," said Mr. Linton. The lady sailed on, unheeding. "Yes, the voice of the native born. And your splendid soldiers, too. I assure you I thrill whenever I meet one of the dear fellows in the street in London. So tall and stern under their great slouch hats. Outposts of the Empire. That is what I say to myself. Outposts here, in the heart of our dear little Surrey. Linking the ends of the earth, as it were. The strangeness of it all!" Garrett, who had made an unobtrusive entrance some little time before, and had been enjoying himself hugely in the background, now came up to the group on the hearthrug and was duly introduced. "Lately from France, did you say?" asked Mrs. West. "Yesterday! Fancy! Like coming from one world into another, is it not, Captain Garrett? To be only yesterday mid the thunder of shot and shell out yonder, and to-night in——" "In dear little Surrey," said Garrett innocently. "Quite. Such a peaceful county. War seems so remote. You must tell me some of your experiences to-morrow." "Oh, I never have any," said Garrett hastily. "Now, now!" She shook a playful forefinger at him. "I was a mother to my husband's regiment, Captain Garrett, I assure you. Quite. I used to say to all our subalterns, 'Now, remember that this house is open to you at any time.' I felt that they were so far from their own home. 'Bring your troubles to me,' I would say, 'and let us straighten them out together.'" "And did they?" Garrett asked. "They understood me. They knew I wanted to help them, and my husband encouraged them to come." "Takes some encouraging, the subaltern of the present day, unless it's to tennis and two-step," said Colonel West. "But such dear boys! I felt their mothers would have been so glad, and our regiment had quite a name for nice subalterns. There's something so delightful about a subaltern, so care-free." "By Jove, yes," said Colonel West. "Doesn't care for anything on earth, not even the adjutant." "Now, Algernon——" But at that moment dinner was announced, and the rest of the sentence was lost. Which was an unusual fate for any remark of Mrs. West's. It was Norah's first experience as hostess at her father's dinner table, since, in this connection, Billabong did not seem to count. No one could ever have been nervous at Billabong. Besides, there was no butler there. Here, Allenby, gravely irreproachable, with Sarah and Bride as attendant sprites, seemed to intensify the solemnity of everything. However, no one seemed to notice anything unusual, and conversation flowed apace. Colonel West did not want to talk. Such cooking as Miss de Lisle's appeared to him to deserve the compliment of silence, and he ate in an abstraction that left Garrett free to talk to Norah, while Mrs. West overwhelmed Mr. Linton with a steady flow of eloquence that began with the soup and lasted until dessert. Then Norah and Mrs. West withdrew, leaving the man to smoke. "My dear, your cook's a poem," said Mrs. West as they returned to the drawing-room. "Such a dinner! That souffle—well, words fail me." "I'm so glad you liked it," Norah said. "It melted in the mouth. And I watched you help it. Your face was so anxious. You insinuated the spoon with such an expression. I couldn't describe it." Norah burst out laughing. "I could," she said. "The cook was so anxious about that souffle, and she said to do it justice it should be helped with a hot spoon, so I told Allenby to stand the spoon in a jug of boiling water, and give it to me at the very last moment. He was holding it in the napkin he had for drying it, I suppose, and he didn't know that the handle was nearly red hot. But I did, when I took it up." "My dear child!" exclaimed Mrs. West. "So your expression was due to agony." "Something like it," Norah laughed. "It was just all I could do to hold it. But the souffle was worth it, wasn't it? I must tell Miss de Lisle." "Miss de Lisle? Your cook?" "Yes. It sounds well, doesn't it?" said Norah. "She's a dear, too." "She is certainly a treasure," said Mrs. West. "Since the regiment went out I have been living in horrible boarding houses, where they half starve you, and what they do give you to eat is so murdered in the cooking that you can hardly swallow it. Economical for the management, but not very good for the guests. But one must take things as they come, in this horrible war." She paused, the forced smile fading from her lips. Somehow Norah felt that she was sorry for her. She looked suddenly old, and worn and tired. "Come and sit in this big chair, Mrs. West," she said. "You must have had a long day." "Well, quite," said Mrs. West. "You see, I went to take my husband from the hospital at 12 o'clock, and then I found that your father had made this delightful arrangement for us. It seemed too good to be true, so I had to send Algernon to his club, and I rushed back to my boarding house and packed my things. And then I had to do some shopping, and meet them at the station. And of course I never could get a taxi when I wanted one. I really think I am a little tired. This seems the kind of house where it doesn't matter to admit it." "Of course not. Isn't it a home for tired people?" Norah laughed. Sarah entered with coffee, and she fussed gently about her guest, settling her cushions and bringing her cup to her side with cream and sugar. "It's very delightful to be taken care of," said Mrs. West, with a sigh. The affected, jerky manner dropped from her as she became more natural. "My children are all boys. I often have been sorry that one was not a girl. A daughter must be a great comfort. Have you any sisters, my dear?" "No, just one brother. He's in Captain Garrett's regiment." "And you will go back to Australia after the war?" "Oh, yes. We couldn't possibly stay away from Australia," Norah said, wide-eyed. "You see, it's home." "And England has not made you care any less for it?" "Goodness, no!" Norah said warmly. "It's all very well in its way, but it simply can't hold a candle to Australia." "But why?" Norah hesitated. "It's a bit hard to say," she answered at length. "Life is more comfortable here, in some ways. More luxuries and conveniences of living, I mean. And England is beautiful, and it's full of history, and we all love it for that. But it isn't our own country. The people are different, more reserved and stiffer. But it isn't even that." "I don't know," said Norah, getting tangled. "I think it's the air, and the space, and the freedom that we're used to. And we miss them all the time. And the jolly country life." "But English country life is jolly." "I think we'd get tired of it," said Norah. "It seems to us all play, and in Australia we work. Even if you go out for a ride there, most likely there is a job hanging to it. To bring in cattle, or count them, or see that the fence is all right, or to bring home the mail. Every one is busy, and the life all round is interesting. I don't think I explain at all well. I expect the real explanation is just that the love for one's own country is in one's bones." "Quite," said Mrs. West. "Quite." But she said the ridiculous word as though for once she understood, and there was a comfortable little silence between them for a few minutes. Then the man came in, and the evening went by quickly enough with games and music. Captain Garrett proved to be the possessor of a very fair tenor, together with a knack of vamping not unmelodious accompaniments. The cheery songs floated out into the hall, where Bride and Katty crouched behind a screen, torn between delight and nervousness. "If the old thing was to come, she'd have the hair torn off us," breathed Katty. "But 'tis worth the risk. Blessed hour, haven't he the lovely voice?" "He have. But I'd rather listen to Miss Norah," said Bride loyally. "'Tisn't the big voice she do be having, but it's that happy sounding." It was after 10 o'clock when Norah, having said good night to her guests and shown Mrs. West to her room, went softly along the corridor. A light showed under Miss de Lisle's doorway, and she tapped gently. The door opened, revealing the cook lady's comfortable little sitting-room, with a fire burning merrily in the grate. The cook lady herself was an extraordinarily altered being, in a pale blue kimono with heavy white embroidery. "I hoped you would come," she said. "Are you tired? Poor child, what an evening! I wonder, would you have a cup of cocoa with me here? I have it ready." She waved a large hand towards a fat brown jug standing on a trivet by the grate. There was a tray on a little table, bearing cups and saucers and a sponge cake. Norah gave way promptly. "I'd love it," she said. "How good of you! I was much too excited to eat dinner. But the souffle was just perfect, Miss de Lisle. I never saw anything like it. Mrs. West raved about it after dinner." "I am glad," said the cook lady, with the rapt expression of a high priestess. "Allenby told me how you arranged for a hot spoon. It was beautiful of you, beautiful." "Did he tell you how hot it was?" Norah inquired. They grew merry over the story, and the sponge cake dwindled simultaneously with the cocoa in the jug. "I must go," Norah said at last. "It's been so nice. Thank you ever so, Miss de Lisle." "It's I who should thank you for staying," said the big woman, rising. "Will you come again some time?" "Rather, if I may. Good night." She shut the door softly and scurried along to her room, unconscious that another doorway was a couple of inches ajar, and that through the space Mrs. Atkins regarded her balefully. Her father's door was half open, and the room was lit. Norah knocked. "Come in," said Mr. Linton. You bad child, I thought you were in bed long ago." "I'm going now," Norah said. "How did things go off, Daddy?" "Quite well," he said. "And my daughter made a good hostess. I think they all enjoyed themselves, Norah." "I think so," she said. "They seemed happy enough. What about Captain Hardress, Dad?" "He seemed comfortable," Mr. Linton answered. "I found him on a couch, with a rug over him, reading. Allenby said he ate a fair dinner. He's a nice fellow, Norah. I like him." "Was he badly wounded, Dad?" "He didn't say much about himself. I gathered that he had been a long while in hospital. But I'm sorry for him, Norah. He seems very down on his luck." "Jim said so," remarked Norah. "Well, we must try to buck him up. I suppose Allenby will look after him, Dad, if he needs anything?" "I told him to," said Mr. Linton, with a grin. "He looked at me coldly, and said, 'I 'ope, sir, I know my duty to a wounded officer.' I believe I found myself apologizing. There are times when Allenby quite fails to hide his opinion of a mere civilian. I see myself sinking lower and lower in his eyes as we fill this place up with khaki. Good night, Norah." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Captain Jim. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captain Jim by Mary Grant Bruce. Chapter 9. Homewood Gets Busy. "Good morning, Captain Hardress." Hardress turned. He was standing in the porch, looking out over the park towards the yellowing woods. "Good morning, Miss Linton. I hope you'll forgive me for being so lazy as to stay in bed for breakfast. You'll have to blame your butler. He simply didn't call me. The first thing I knew was an enormous tray with enough breakfast for 6 men, and Allenby grinning behind it. You stay in bed to breakfast here, or get up, just as you feel inclined," Norah said. "There aren't any rules, except 2. Isn't that a bit Irish?" "Not exactly, because Jim says even those 2 may be broken. But I don't agree to that. At least, not for Rule 2. "Do tell me them," he begged. "Rule 1 is, bed at 10 o'clock. That's the one that may be broken when necessary. Rule 2 is, please do just what you feel like doing. That's the one I won't have broken, unless anyone wants to do things that aren't good for them. Then I shall remember that they are patients, and become severe." "But I'm not a patient." "No, but you're tired. You've got to get quite fit. What would you like to do? Would you care to come for a ride?" Hardress flushed darkly. "Afraid I can't ride." "Oh, I'm sorry," said Norah, looking at him in astonishment. This lean, active-looking fellow with the nervous hands certainly looked as though he should be able to ride. Indeed, there were no men in Norah's world who could not. But perhaps— "What about a walk, then?" she inquired. "Do you feel up to it?" Again Hardress flushed. "I thought your brother would have explained," he said heavily. "I can't do anything much, Miss Linton. You see, I've only one leg." Norah's grey eyes were wide with distress. "I didn't know," she faltered. "The telephone was out of order. Jim couldn't explain. I'm so terribly sorry. You must have thought me stupid." "Not a bit. After all, it's rather a compliment to the shop-mate article. I was afraid it was evident enough." "Indeed it isn't," Norah assured him. "I knew you limped a little, but it wasn't very noticeable." "It's supposed to be a special one," Hardress said. "I'm hardly used to it yet, though, and it feels awkward enough. They've been experimenting with it for some time, and now I'm a sort of trial case for that brand of leg. The maker swears I'll be able to dance with it. He's a hopeful soul. I'm not." "You ought to try to be," Norah said. "And it really must be a very good one." She felt a kind of horror at talking of it in this cold-blooded fashion. "I think most of the hopefulness was knocked out of me," Hardress answered. "You see, I wanted to save the old leg, and they tried to, and then it was a case of one operation after another, until at last they took it off, near the hip." Norah went white. "Near the hip!" Her voice shook. "Oh, it couldn't be. You're so big and strong." Hardress laughed grimly. "I used to think it couldn't be, myself," he said. "Well, I suppose one will get accustomed to it in time. I'm sorry I distressed you, Miss Linton, only I thought I had better make a clean breast of it." "I'm glad you did." Norah had found control of her voice and her wits. She remembered that this maimed lad with the set face was there to be helped, and that it was part of her job to do it. Her very soul was wrung with pity, but she forced a smile. "Now you have just got to let us help," she said. "We can't try to make forget it, I know, but we can help to make the best of it. You can practice using it in all sorts of ways, and seeing just what you can do with it. And, Captain Hardress, I know they do wonders now with artificial legs. Dad knew a man who played tennis with his. As bad a case as yours." "That certainly seems too good to be true," said Hardress. "I don't know about that," said Norah eagerly. "Your leg must be very good. None of us guessed the truth about it. When you get used to it, you'll be able to manage all sorts of things. Golf, for instance. There's a jolly little 9-hole course in the park, and I know you could play." "I had thought golf might be a possibility," he said. "Not that I ever cared much for it. My two games were polo and rugby football." "I don't know about rugby," said Norah thoughtfully. "But of course you'll play polo again. Someone was writing in one of the papers lately, saying that so many men had lost a leg in the war that the makers would have to invent special riding legs for hunting and polo. I know very well that if Jim came home without a leg he'd still go mustering cattle, or know the reason why. And there was the case of an Irishman, a while ago, who had no legs at all, and he used to hunt." "By Jove!" said Hardress. "Well, you cheer a fellow up, Miss Linton." "You see, I have Jim and Wally," said Norah. "Do you know Wally, by the way?" "Is that Meadows? Oh yes, I met him with your brother." "Well, he's just like my brother. He nearly lives with us. And from the time that they joined up we had to think of the chance of their losing a limb. Jim never says anything about it, but I know Wally dreads it. Dad and I found out all we could about artificial limbs, and what can be done with them, so that we could help the boys if they had bad luck. They are all right, so far, but of course there's always the chance." Hardress nodded. "We planned that if bad luck came we would try to get them to do as much as possible. Of course an arm is worse. To lose a leg is bad enough, goodness knows, but it's better than an arm." "That's one of the problems I've been studying," Hardress said grimly. "Oh, but it is. And with you—why, in a few years no one will ever guess that you have anything wrong. It's luck in one way, because a leg doesn't make you conspicuous, and an arm does." "That's true," he said energetically. "I have hoped desperately that I'd be able to hide it. I just couldn't stick the idea of people looking at me." "Well, they won't," said Norah. "And the more you can carry on as usual, the less bad it will seem. Now let's plan what you can tackle first. Can you walk much?" "Not much. I get tired after about 50 yards." "Well, we'll do 50 yards whenever you feel like it, and then we'll sit down and talk until you can go on again." She hesitated. "It doesn't trouble you to sit down?" "Oh no," said Hardress, laughing for the first time. "It's an awfully docile leg." "Then, can you drive? There's the motor, and the roomy tub cart, and the carriage." "Yes, I can drive." "Oh, I say!" cried Norah inelegantly, struck by a brilliant idea. "Can you drive a motor?" "No, I can't. I'm sorry." "I'm not. Con will teach you. It will give you quite a new interest. Would you like to learn?" "By Jove, I would!" he said eagerly. "You're sure your father won't mind my risking his car?" "Dad would laugh at such a foolish question," said Norah. "We'll go and see Con now, shall we? It's not far to the stables. You might have a lesson at once." "Rather!" he said boyishly. "I say, Miss Linton, you are a brick." "Now about golf," Norah said as they moved slowly away, Hardress leaning heavily on his stick. "Will you try to play a little with me?" We could begin at the practice holes beyond the terrace." "Yes, I'd like to," he said. "And billiards. We'll wait for a wet day, because I want you to live in the open air as much as possible. I can't play decently, but Captain Garrett is staying here, and Jim and Wally come over pretty often." "You might let me teach you to play," he suggested. "Would you care to?" "Oh, I'd love it," said Norah, beaming. The beam, had he known it, was one of delight at the new ring in her patient's voice. Life had come back to it. He held his head erect, and his eyes were no longer hopeless. "And riding?" she hesitated. "I don't know," he said. "I don't believe I could even get on." "There's a steady old pony," Norah said. "Why not practice on him? He stands like a rock. I won't stay and look at you, but Con could. You see, he's lost a leg himself, so you wouldn't mind him. I'm sure you'll find you can manage. And when you get confidence, we'll go out together." "Well, you would put hope into a dead codfish," he said. "Great Scott, if I thought I could get on a horse again!" Norah laughed. "We're all horse mad," she said. "If I were—like you, I know that to ride would be the thing that would help me most. So you have just got to." They had arrived at the stables, where Con had the car out and was lovingly polishing its bonnet. "Con, can you teach Captain Hardress to drive?" "Is it the car?" asked Con. "And why not, miss?" "Can I manage it, do you think?" asked Hardress. "I've only one leg." "'Tis as many as I have myself," returned Con cheerfully. "And I'm not that bad a driver, am I, Miss Norah?" "You're not," Norah answered. "Now I'll leave you to Con, Captain Hardress. I suppose you'll learn all about the car before you begin to drive her. Con can run you round to the house afterwards, if you're tired. The horses are in the stables, too, if you'd care to look at them." "Jones have the brown pair out, miss," said Con. "But the others are all here." "Well, you can show them to Captain Hardress, Con. I want him to begin riding Brecon." She smiled at Hardress and ran off, looking back just before the shrubberies hid the stable yard. Hardress was peering into the bonnet of the car, with Con evidently explaining its inner mysteries. Just as she looked, he straightened up, and threw off his coat with a quick gesture. "He's all right," said Norah happily. She hurried on. The Tired People were off her hands for the morning. Colonel and Mrs. West had gone for a drive. Captain Garrett was playing golf with Major Hunt, who was developing rapidly in playing a one-armed game, and was extremely interested in his own progress. It was the day for posting to Australia, and there was a long letter to Brownie to be finished, and one to Jean York, her chum in Melbourne. Already it was late. In the study her father had been deep in his letters for over an hour. But as she came up to the porch she saw him in the hall. "Oh, Norah," he said with relief. "I've been looking for you. Here's a letter from Harry Trevor, of all people." "Harry!" said Norah delightedly. "Oh, I'm so glad. Where is he, Dad?" "He's in London. This letter has been wandering round after us. We ought to have had it days ago. Harry has a commission now. Got it on the field in Gallipoli. More power to him. And he's been wounded and sent to England. But he says he's all right." "Oh, won't Jim and Wally be glad?" Harry Trevor was an old schoolfellow whom fate had taken to Western Australia. It was years since they had met. "He has 2 other fellows with him, he says, and he doesn't know anyone in London, nor do they. His one idea seems to be to see us. What are we to do, Norah? Can we have them here?" "Why, we must have them," Norah said. She made a swift mental calculation. "Yes, we can manage it." "You're sure?" asked her father, evidently relieved. "I was afraid it might be too much for the house, and I would be very sorry to put them off." "Put off Australians, even if one of them wasn't Harry!" ejaculated Norah. "We couldn't do it. How will you get them, Dad?" "I'll telephone to their hotel at once," said her father. "Shall I tell them to come to-day?" "Oh, yes. You can arrange the train, Dad. Now I'll go and see Mrs. Atkins." "'Tis yourself has great courage entirely," said her father, looking at her respectfully. "I'd rather tackle a wild buffalo." "I'm not sure that I wouldn't," returned Norah. "However, she's all the buffalo I've got, so I may as well get it over." She turned as she reached the door. "Tell old Harry how glad we are, Dad. And don't you think you ought to let Jim know?" "Yes, I'll ring him up too." And off went Norah, singing, "3 Australians in dear little Surrey." It was almost too good to be true. But Mrs. Atkins did not think so. She was sorting linen, with a sour face, when Norah entered her sanctum and made known her news. The housekeeper remained silent for a moment. "Well, I don't see how we're to manage, miss," she said at length. "The house is pretty full as it is." "There is the big room with 2 single beds," Norah said. "We can put a third bed in. They won't mind being together." Mrs. Atkins sniffed. "It isn't usual to crowd people like that, miss." "It won't matter in this case," said Norah. "Did you say Australians, miss?" asked the housekeeper. "Officers?" "One is an officer." "And the others, miss?" "I don't know. Privates, very possibly," said Norah. "It doesn't matter." "Not matter! Well, upon my word!" ejaculated Mrs. Atkins. "Well, all I can say, miss, is that it's very funny. And how do you think the maids are going to do all that extra work?" Norah began to experience a curious feeling of tingling. "I am quite sure the maids can manage it," she said, commanding her voice with an effort. "For one thing, I can easily help more than I do now." "We're not accustomed in this country to young ladies doing that sort of thing," said Mrs. Atkins. Her evil temper mastered her. "And your pet cook, the fine lady who's too grand to sit with me——" Norah found her voice suddenly calm. "You mustn't speak to me like that, Mrs. Atkins," she said, marvelling at her own courage. "You will have to go away if you can't behave properly." Mrs. Atkins choked. "Go away!" she said thickly. "Yes, I'll go away. I'm not going to stay in a house like this. That's no more and no less than a boarding house. You and your friend the cook can——" "Be quiet, woman!" said a voice of thunder. Norah, who had shrunk back before the angry housekeeper, felt a throb of relief as Allenby strode into the room. At the moment there was nothing of the butler about him. He was Sergeant Allenby. And Mrs. Atkins was simply a refractory private. "I won't be quiet!" screamed the housekeeper. "I——" "You will do as you're told," said Allenby, dropping a heavy hand on her shoulder. "That's enough now. Not another word. Now go to your room. Out of here, or I'll send for the police." Something in the hard, quiet voice filled Mrs. Atkins with terror. She cast a bitter look at Norah, and then slunk out of the room. Allenby closed the door behind her. "I'm very sorry, miss," he said. "Butler once more. I hope she didn't frighten you." "Oh, no. Only she was rather horrible," said Norah. "Whatever is the matter with her, Allenby? I hadn't said anything to make her so idiotic." "I've been suspecting what was the matter these last 3 days," said Allenby darkly. "Look here, miss." He opened a cupboard, disclosing rows of empty bottles. "I found these here this morning when she was in the kitchen. I'd been missing bottles from the cellar. She must have another key to the cellar door. However, she managed it." There came a tap at the door, and Mr. Linton came in, to have the situation briefly explained to him. "I wouldn't have had it happen for something," he said angrily. "My poor little girl. I didn't think we were letting you in for this sort of thing." "Why, you couldn't help it," Norah said. "And she didn't hurt me. She was only unpleasant. But I think we had better keep her out of Miss de Lisle's way, or she might be hard to handle." "That's so, miss," said Allenby. "I'll go and see. Hard to handle, I should think so." "See that she packs her box, Allenby," said Mr. Linton. "I'll write her cheque at once, and Con can take her to the station as soon as she is ready. She's not too bad to travel, I suppose?" "She's not bad at all, sir. Only enough to make her nasty." "Well, she can go and be nasty somewhere else," said Mr. Linton. "Very well, Allenby." He turned to Norah, looking unhappy. "Whatever will you do, my girl? And this house full of people. I'd better telephone Harry and put his party off." "Indeed you won't," said Norah very cheerfully. "I'll manage that. Don't you worry. I'm going to talk to Miss de Lisle." The cook lady was not in the kitchen. Katty, washing vegetables diligently, referred Norah to her sitting room, and there she was found, knitting a long khaki muffler. She heard the story in silence. "So I must do just the best I can, Miss de Lisle," Norah ended. "And I'm wondering if you think I must really advertise for another housekeeper. It didn't seem to me that Mrs. Atkins did much except give orders, and surely I can do that, after a little practice?" Norah flushed and looked anxious. "Of course I don't want to make a mess of the whole thing. I know the house must be well run." "Well," said Miss de Lisle, knitting with feverish energy, "I couldn't have said it if you hadn't asked me, but as you have, I would like to propose something. Perhaps it may sound as if I thought too much of myself, but with a cook like me you don't need a housekeeper. I have a conscience, and I know how things ought to be run. So my proposal is this, and you and your father must just do as you like about it. Why not make me cook housekeeper?" "Oh, but could you?" Norah cried delightedly. "Wouldn't it be too much work?" "I don't think so. Of course I'm expecting that you're going to help in supervising things. I can teach you anything. You see, Katty is a treasure. I back down in all I ever thought about Irish maids," said the cook lady, parenthetically. "And she makes me laugh all day, and I wouldn't be without her for anything. Give me a smart boy in the kitchen for the rough work, then Katty can do more of the plain cooking, which she'll love, and I shall have more time out of the kitchen. Now what do you say?" "Me?" said Norah. "I'd like to hug you." "I wish you would," said Miss de Lisle, knitting more frantically than ever. "You see, this is the first place I've been in where I've really been treated like a human being. You didn't patronize me, and you didn't snub me, any of you. But you laughed with me, and it was a mighty long time since laughing had come into my job. Dear me," finished Miss de Lisle, "you've no idea how at home with you all I've felt since Allenby fell over me in the passage." "We loved you from that minute," said Norah, laughing. "Then you think we can really manage? You'll have to let me consult with you over everything—ordering and all that—because I do want to learn my job. And you won't mind how many people we bring in?" "Fill the house to explosion point, if you like," said Miss de Lisle. "If you don't have a housekeeper, you'll have 2 extra rooms to put your Tired People in. What's the good of a scheme like this if you don't run it thoroughly?" She found herself suddenly hugged, to the no small disadvantage of the knitting. "Oh, I'm so happy!" Norah cried. "Now I'm going to enjoy the Home for Tired People. And up till now Mrs. Atkins has lain on my soul like a ton of bricks." "Bless you, Miss de Lisle. I'm going to tell Dad." Her racing footsteps flew down the corridor. But Miss de Lisle sat still, with a half-smile on her rugged face. Once she put her hand up to the place where Norah's lips had brushed her cheek. "Dear me," she murmured. "Well, it's 15 years since anyone did that." Still smiling, she picked up the knitting. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Captain Jim. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Captain Jim, by Mary Grant Bruce. Chapter 10. Australia in Surrey. The 3 Australians came that afternoon, and, like many Australians in the wilds of London, with a vague idea of distances, having given themselves good time to catch their train, managed to catch the one before it, and so arrived at Homewood unheralded and unsung. Norah and Captain Hardress, who had been knocking golf balls about, were crossing the terrace on their way to tea, when the 3 slouched hats caught Norah's eye through the trees of the avenue. She gasped, dropped her clubs, and fled to meet them. Hardress stared; then, perceiving the newcomers, smiled a little and went on slowly. "I'd like to see her doing 100 yards," he said. The 3 soldiers jumped as the flying figure came upon them, round a bend in the drive. Then one of them sprang forward. "Harry!" said Norah. "My word, I am glad to see you," said Harry Trevor, pumping her hand. "I say, Norah, you haven't changed a bit. You're just the same as when you were 12, only that you've grown several feet." "Did you expect to find me bald and fat?" Norah laughed. "Oh, Harry, we are glad to see you." "Well, you might have aged a little," said he. "Goodness knows I have. Norah, where's old Jim?" "He's at Aldershot, but you can be certain that he'll be here as soon as he possibly can, and Wally too." "That's good business." He suddenly remembered his friends, who were affecting great interest in the botanical features of a beech tree. "Come here, you chaps. Norah, this is Jack Blake and Dick Harrison. They're awfully glad to see you too." "Well, you might have let us say it for ourselves, Digger," said the 2, shaking hands. "We were just going to." "It's lovely to have you all," said Norah. She looked over the 3, all tall fellows, lean and bronzed, with quiet faces and deep-set eyes. Blake bore a sergeant's stripes. Dick Harrison's sleeve modestly proclaimed him a lance corporal. "We've been wandering in that funny old London like lost sheep," Blake said. "My word, that's a lonesome place, if you don't happen to know anyone in it. And people look at you as if you were something out of a zoo." "They're not used to you yet," said Norah. "It's the hat, as much as anything." "I don't know about that," Harry said. "No, I think they'd know we came out of a different mob, even if we weren't branded." "Perhaps they would, and you certainly do," Norah answered. "But come on to the house. Dad is just as anxious to see you as anyone." Indeed, as they came in sight of the house, David Linton was seen coming with long strides to meet them. "Hardress told me you had suddenly turned into a marathon runner at the sight of 3 big hats," he said. "How are you, Harry? It's an age since we saw you." "Yes, isn't it?" Harry shook hands warmly, and introduced his friends. "You haven't changed either, Mr. Linton." "I ought to be ageing, only Norah won't hear of it," said Mr. Linton, laughing. "She bullies me more hopelessly than ever, Harry." "She always did," Trevor agreed. "Oh, I want to talk about Billabong for an hour. How's Brownie, Nor? And Murty O'Toole? And Black Billy? How do you manage to live away from them?" "It isn't easy," Norah answered. "They're all very fit, only they want us back. We can't allow ourselves to think of the day that we'll get home, or we'll all grow light-headed." "It will be no end of a day for all of us," said Harrison. "Think of marching down Collins Street again, with the crowd cheering us, keeping an eye out for the people one knew. It was fairly beastly marching up it for the last time." "It's not Collins Street I want, but a bit of the Gippsland track," said Jack Blake. "You know, Dick, we took cattle there last year, over the Haunted Hills. Aren't they jolly in the spring? And down through the scrub to Morwell and Traralgon. I'd give something to see that bit of country again." "Ah, it's all good country," David Linton said. Then they were at the house, and a buzz of conversation floated out to them from the hall, where tea was in progress. "Your father simply made me promise to go on without you," said Mrs. West, as Norah made her apologies. "I said it was dreadful, but he wouldn't listen to me. And there are your friends. Dear me, how large they are, and so brown! Do introduce them to me. I'm planning to hear all about Australia. And a sergeant and lance corporal. Isn't it romantic to see them among us? And quite at their ease." "Don't tell them I'm a colonel's wife, my dear. I would hate them to feel embarrassed." "I don't think you need to worry," said Norah, smiling to herself. She brought up the 3 newcomers and introduced them. They subsided upon a sofa, and listened solemnly while Mrs. West opened all her conversational batteries upon them. Norah heard the opening. "I've read such a lot about your charming country," and felt a throb of pity for the 3 wanderers from afar. Hardress came towards her with a cup of tea, his limp a little more evident. "You're tired," she said, taking it from him. "Sure you haven't done too much?" "Not a bit," he said. "I'm a little tired, but it's the best day I have had for many a month. I don't know when I enjoyed anything as much as my motor lesson this morning." "Con says you'll be able to drive in Piccadilly in no time," said Norah. "He's hopeful," Hardress said, laughing. "Particularly as we never started the car at all. He made me learn everything I could about it first. And did he tell you I rode Brecon?" "No. How did you get on?" asked Norah delightedly. "Well, I literally got on very badly, at first. The shop leg didn't seem to understand what was wanted of it at all. And any steed but Brecon would have strongly resented me. But he stood in a pensive attitude while I tried all sorts of experiments. In fact, I think he went to sleep." "I told you you could rely on Brecon," Norah smiled. "What happened then?" "Oh, I got used to myself, and found out the knack of getting on. It's not hard, with a steady horse, once you find out how. But I think Brecon will do me very well for a while." "Oh, we'll soon get you on to Brunette," Norah said. "You'd enjoy her." "Is that the black pony?" "Yes, and she's a lovely hack. I'm going to hunt her in the winter. She jumps like a deer." "She looked a beauty in the stable," Hardress said. "She ought to make a good polo pony." He sighed. "I wonder if I'll really ever play polo again." "Of course you will," Norah told him. "This morning you didn't think you would ever get on a horse again." "No, I certainly didn't. You have put an extraordinary amount of hope into me. I feel a different being." He stopped, and a smile crept into his eyes. "Listen, aren't your friends having a time?" "Life must be so exciting on your great cattle ranches," Mrs. West was saying. "And the dear little woolly lambs on the farms. Such pets!" "We understood you people over here prefer them frozen," Blake said gently. "So we sent them that way." Norah choked over her tea. She became aware that Colonel West was speaking to her, and tried to command her wits, hearing, as she turned, Mrs. West's shrill pipe. "And what is a wheat belt? Is it something you wear?" Norah would have given much to hear Blake's reply. "Delightful place you have here," barked the Colonel. "Your father and I have been spending an agricultural afternoon, planning all the things he means to do on that farm—Hawkins's, isn't it? But I suppose you don't take much interest in that sort of thing. Dances and frocks more in your line. And chocolates, eh, what?" "Then you've changed her in England," said Harry Trevor suddenly. "Is it dances now, Norah? No more quick things in the grass after a cross-grained bullock? Don't say you've forgotten how to use a stock whip." "It's hung up at Billabong," Norah said, laughing. "But you wait until I get back to it, that's all." "Dear me," said Mrs. West. "And you do these wonderful things too! I always longed to do them as a girl. To ride over long leagues of plain on a fiery mustang, among your lovely eucalyptus trees. And do you really go out with the cowboys, and use a lasso?" "She does," said Harry happily. "You're wild animals too," said Mrs. West. "It's kangaroos you ride down with spears, is it not? And wallabies. We live in dear, quiet little England, but we read all about your wonderful life, and are oh so interested." "What a life!" said Dick Harrison, under his breath. "Quite. You know, I had a great friend who went out as A.D.C. to one of your governors. He had to return after a month, because his father died and he came into the baronetcy. But some day he means to write a book on Australia. That is why I have always, as it were, kept in touch with your great country. I seem to know it so well, though I have never seen it." "You do indeed," said Blake gravely. "I wish we knew half as much about yours." "Ah, but you must let us show it to you. Is it not yours too? Outposts of Empire. That is what I call you. Outposts of Empire. Is it not that brought you to fight under our flag?" "Oh, rather," said Blake vaguely. "But a lot of us just wanted a look in at the fun." "Well, you got a good deal for a start," said Garrett. "Yes, Abdul gave us all we wanted on his little peninsula. But he's not a bad fighting man, old Abdul. We don't mind how often we take tea with him. He's a better man to fight than Fritz." "He could pretty easily be that," Garrett said. "It's one of the worst grudges we owe Fritz, that he's taken all the decency out of war. It used to be a man's game. but the Boche made it one according to his own ideas, and everybody knows what they are." "Yes," said Hardress. "I suppose the Boche will do a good deal of crawling to get back among decent people after the war, but he'll never live down his poison gas and flame-throwers." "And wouldn't it have been a gorgeous old war if he'd only fought clean?" said Garrett longingly. They drew together and talked as fighting men will, veterans in the ways of war, though the eldest was not much over 21. The sudden hoot of a motor came from the drive, far off, and then another and another. "Someone's joy-riding," said Harry Trevor. The hooting increased, and with it the hum of a racing car. The gravel outside the porch crunched as it drew up, and then came cheery voices, and two long figures in great coats dashed in, Jim and Wally, eager-eyed. "Dad! Norah! Where's old Harry?" But Harry was grasping a hand of each, and submitting to mighty pats on the back from their other hands. "By Jove, it's great to see you! Where did you come from, you old reprobate? Finish Johnny Turk?" Gradually the boys became aware that there were other people in the hall, and made apologies, interrupted by another burst of joy at discovering Garrett. "You must think us bears," said Jim, with his disarming smile, to Mrs. West. "But we hadn't seen Trevor for years, and he's a very old chum. It would have been exciting to meet him in Australia, but in England—well——" "However did you manage to come?" Norah asked, beaming. "Oh, we got leave. We've been good boys. At least, Wally was until we got your message this morning. Since then he has been wandering about like a lost fowl, murmuring, 'Harry! My Harry!'" "Is it me?" returned Wally. "Don't believe him, Nor. It was all I could do to keep him from slapping the C.O. on the back and borrowing his car to come over." "I don't doubt it," Norah laughed. "Whose car did you borrow, by the way?" "Oh, we hired one. It was extravagant, but we agreed that it wasn't every day we kill a pig." "Thank you," said Harry. "Years haven't altered your power of putting a thing nicely." He smote Wally affectionately. "I say, you were a kid when I saw you last. A kid in knickerbockers. And look at you now!" "Well, you were much the same," Wally retorted. "And now you're a hardened old warrior. I've only played at it so far." "But you were gassed, weren't you?" "Yes, but we hadn't had much war before they gassed us. That was the annoying part." "Well, didn't you have a little private war in Ireland? What about that German submarine?" "Oh, that was sheer luck," said Wally joyfully. "Such a lark! Only for one thing. But we don't consider we've earned our keep yet." "Oh, well, you've got lots of time," Harry said. "I wonder if they'll send any of us to France. It would be rather fun if we got somewhere in your part of the line." "Yes, wouldn't it?" Then Jack Blake, who had been at school with the boys, came up with Dick Harrison, and England ceased to exist for the 5 Australians. They talked of their own country, old days at school, hard-fought battles on the Melbourne cricket ground, boat racing on the Yarra, Billabong and other stations, bushfires and cattle yarding, long days on the road with cattle, and nights spent watching them under the stars. All the grim business of life that had been theirs since those carefree days seemed but to make their own land dearer by comparison. Not that they said so, in words, but they lingered over their talk with an unspoken delight in being at home again, even in memory. Norah slipped away, regretfully enough, after a time. Her responsibilities as housekeeper weighed upon her, and she sought Miss de Lisle in the kitchen. "What, your brother and Mr. Wally? How delightful!" ejaculated the cook lady. "That's what I call really jolly. Their rooms are always ready, I suppose?" "Oh, yes," Norah said. "I've told Bride to put sheets on the beds." "Then that's all right. Dinner? My dear, you need never worry about a couple extra for dinner in a household of this size. Just tell the maids to lay the table accordingly, and let me know. That is all you need do." "Mrs. Atkins had destroyed my nerve," said Norah, laughing. "I came down to tell you with the same scared feeling that I had when I used to go to her room. My very knees were shaking." "Then you're a very bad child, if you are my employer," returned Miss de Lisle. "However, I'll forgive you. But some time I want you to make a list for me of the things those big boys of yours like most. I might just as well cook them as not, when they come. And of course, when they go out to France, we shall have to send them splendid hampers." "That will be a tremendous comfort," Norah said. "You're a brick, Miss de Lisle. We used to send them hampers before, of course, but it seemed so unsatisfactory just to order them at the stores. It will be ever so much nicer to cook them things. You will let me cook, won't you?" "Indeed I will," said Miss de Lisle. "We'll shut ourselves up here for a day, now and then, and have awful bouts of cookery. How did you like the potato cakes at tea, by the way?" "They were perfect," Norah said. "I never tasted better, even in Ireland." At which Katty, who had just entered with a saucepan, blushed hotly, and cast an ecstatic glance at Miss de Lisle. "I don't suppose you did," remarked that lady. "You see, Katty made them." "Wasn't she good now to let me, Miss Norah?" Katty asked. "There's them at home that told me I'd get no chance at all of learning under a grand cook here. 'Tis little the likes of them would give you to do in the kitchen. If you asked them for a job, barring it was to wash the floor, they'd pitch you to the Seven Divils. 'Isn't the scullery good enough for you?' they'd say. 'Cock you up with the cooking.' But Miss de Lisle isn't one of them, and the cakes to go up to the drawing-room itself." "Well, every one liked them, Katty," Norah said. "Yerra, hadn't I Bridie watching behind the big screen with the crack in it?" said the handmaid. "She come back to me, and she says, 'They're all ate,' says she. ''Tis the way ye had not enough made,' she says. I didn't know if 'twas on me head or me heels I was." She bent a look of adoration upon Miss de Lisle, who laughed. "Oh, I'll make a cook of you yet, Katty," she said. "Meanwhile, you'd better put some coal on the fire, or the oven won't be hot enough for my pastry. Is it early breakfast for your brother and Mr. Wally, Miss Linton?" "I'm afraid so," Norah said. "Jim said they must leave at 8 o'clock." "Then that means breakfast at 7:30. Will you have yours with them?" "Oh yes, please, if it's not too much trouble." "Nothing's a trouble. Certainly not an early breakfast," said Miss de Lisle. "Now don't worry about anything." Norah went back to the hall, to find it deserted. A buzz of voices came from the billiard room. She peeped in to find all the soldiers talking with her father listening happily in a big chair. No one saw her. She withdrew and went in search of Mrs. West, but failed to find her. Bride, encountered on her evening tour with cans of hot water, reported that "'twas lying down she was, and not wishful for talk." Her rest was more to her. "Then I may as well go and dress," Norah said. She had just finished when a quick step came along the corridor and stopped at her door. Jim's fingers beat the tattoo that was always their signal. "Come in, Jimmy," Norah cried. He came in, looming huge in the dainty little room. "Good business you're dressed," he said. "Can I come and yarn?" "Rather," said Norah, beaming. "Come and sit down in my armchair. This electric heater isn't as jolly to yarn by as a good old log fire, but still, it's something." She pulled her chair forward. "Can't you wait for me to do that, bad kid?" said Jim. He sat down, and Norah subsided on the rug near him. "Now tell me all about everything," he said. "How are things going?" "Quite well, especially Mrs. Atkins," said Norah. "In fact, she's gone." Jim sat up. "Gone? But how?" Norah told him the story, and he listened with joyful ejaculations. "Well, she was always the black spot in the house," he remarked. "It gave one the creeps to look at her sour face, and I'm certain she was more bother to you than she was worth." "Oh, I feel 20 years younger since she went," Norah said. "And it's going to be great fun to housekeep with Miss de Lisle. I shall learn ever so much." "So will she, I imagine," said Jim, laughing. "Put her up to all the Australian ways, and see if we can't make a good emigrant of her when we go back." "I might," Norah said. "But she will be a shock to Brownie if she suggested putting her soul into a pudding." "Rather," said Jim, twinkling. "I say, tell me about Hardress. Do you like him?" "Oh yes, ever so much." She told him of her morning's work. Indeed, by the time the gong boomed out its summons from the hall, there was very little in the daily life of Homewood that Jim had not managed to hear. "We're always wondering how you are getting on," he said. "It's jolly over there. The work is quite interesting, and there's a very nice lot of fellows. But I'd like to look in at you two and see how this show was running." He hesitated. "It won't be long before we go out, Nor, old chap." "Won't it, Jimmy?" She put up a hand and caught his. "Do you know how long?" "A week or two. Not more. But you're not to worry. You've just got to think of the day when we'll get our first leave, and then you'll have to leave all your Tired People and come and paint London red." He gave a queer laugh. "Oh, I don't know, though. It seems to be considered the right thing to do. But I expect we'll just amble along here and ask you for a job in the house." "Why, you'll be Tired People yourselves," said Norah. "We'll have to look after you and give you nourishment at short intervals." "We'll take that, if it's Miss de Lisle's cooking. Now, don't think about this business too much. I thought I'd better tell you, but nothing is definite yet. Perhaps I'd better not tell Dad. No, don't. He's so happy." "I wish I didn't have to make either of you less happy," Jim said in a troubled voice. "But it can't be helped." "No, I know it can't, Jimmy. Don't you worry." "Dear old chap," said Jim, and stood up. "I had better go and make myself presentable before the second gong goes." He paused. "You're all ready, aren't you? Then you might go down. Wally will be wandering round everywhere, looking for you." End of chapter 10